Order the town council meeting on December 16th, 2025. All right. Will you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, will the town clerk please take roll?
Councilmember Mortolero.
Here.
Councilmember Holbeck. Mayor Pro Tem Bell.
Here.
Councilmember Pescimarelli.
Present.
Councilmember Baer.
Present.
Mayor Moore.
Here.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Present.
Mayor Delaplante.
All right, thank you. We'll see if we have a motion to approve the agenda tonight.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right, we have an agenda. We have 3 items on the consent agenda tonight. The first item is 25-613, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a construction contract with Facilities Contracting LLC for Erie Community Park Ball Fields Maintenance Building Expansion Project. That's quite the title. All right, the next item is 25-614, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Erie granting a utility easement to the Public Services Company of Colorado and approving the associated easement agreement. And the last item tonight is 25-663, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving the amendment to extend the Community Development Block Grant Program Home Repair Program sub-recipient agreement with Weld County and the Colorado State Historic Preservation Office. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda tonight?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries. We'll go into public comment, and this is for anything that is not a public hearing already on the agenda. So I'll look to our town clerk to see if anybody has signed up.
So I have a couple of people who signed up that they just put your subject was at my home. I don't know whether that means it's Red Tail Ranch or something else.
Let me ask it this way. Is anybody here to address us tonight not involving Red Tail Ranch? Okay. If you'd like to come up to the podium here and just state your name and address for the record.
My name is Meg Knopfsinger. This is the 3rd time I've come to one of these meetings asking the town of Erie for help because KB Homes built on the Lafferty Ranch and they have been flooding out my home. The last time I was here, somebody spoke up and said that it was being addressed and they would get back to me. I had one 20-minute meeting in which they pulled out forms and showed me that some sort of rate was the same as it's always been. However, my home was completely flooded. I have mold I'm dealing with. There were rivers in my front yard. My back pasture turned into a swamp and made it unusable for my animals, forcing me to board them. It was quite costly. The town of Erie kept telling me to speak with KB Homes directly and work it out. They had 0 interest in any of that. We noticed just recently this week, all the neighbors who are also affected, but I'm first in line, that something else is going on. So the tracks are flooded again. The railroad tracks between my home and KB subdivision is flooded again. They're digging. There's dirt being moved, but nobody has reached out to our neighborhood about what the plan is. And I'm just, again, asking for help because I can't go through another spring and have all of my money's in this home for the kids and I can't have it destroyed. And so I'm asking again for someone to care enough to help intervene because KB Homes is still under your direction right now. And I need that addressed so that we're not ruined. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm going to look to our town manager to maybe just get us an update on that particular situation.
I will.
All right. Okay. Just double check, make sure there's no one else in the audience that would like to address this on something other than Red Tail Ranch. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public comment. We will go to the first item on our general business. which is 25665. It's a public hearing, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a settlement agreement with Stratus Redtail Ranch LLC to settle pending litigation in Weld County District Court. And with that, I will open the public hearing, and then we'll bring up staff.
I'll lead this off, Mr. Mayor and Council. This matter before you is a proposed settlement agreement regarding the proposed Stratus Redtail Ranch development. This development has history in town going back several years, actually more than a decade for the initial annexation of the property. What you have before you tonight is a proposed settlement agreement in response to litigation that Stratus Redtail has filed against the town. The terms of the proposed settlement agreement include approving a preliminary plat for the development. That would allow the developer to go forward with the development and bring a final plat and detailed development details for consideration as part of our normal development review process. So this isn't the final action in approving the development. If approved, it would still require going through that final plat process. Some of the key terms in the settlement agreement are that it would include plugging and abandoning the SRC Pratt, otherwise known as the KBK wells on the property. There would still be other wells on the property, but closing the KBK wells is something that the applicant has proposed. It would provide for a new internal east-west street connection, connecting County Road 5 and on the east and Vista Parkway on the west. They would also contribute $100,000 towards future off-site traffic improvements that may be needed in the future. And they would provide additional groundwater monitoring wells to ensure that there are no problems associated with the groundwater adjacent to the site and under the site. Town staff from the planning department are here if you have detailed questions about the development. The applicant is here that can talk about all the details of what they're proposing. If you have legal questions, I'll turn to our town attorney. And with that, I would stand for questions that you may have.
All right, why don't we get a public comment first, and then we'll bring it back for questions. All right, I'll look to our town clerk to see who has signed up on this item tonight.
First, we have Jeff Bear.
All right, and as well, the first person is coming up. I'll just read our public comment script just as a reminder to everyone. Comment is not an interactive Q&A forum, but rather a time for you to state your comments on a particular item or issue. Public comment provides the opportunity to discuss items that are not public hearings. This is the generic one. It is for the public hearing. If you haven't signed up, you could still sign up in the lobby, but I will ask at the end if anybody else would like to speak. When called upon, please state your full name and location for the record. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person, and you'll be given a 20-second warning when your 3 minutes are almost up. At the 3-minute mark, you'll be asked to wrap up your final sentence. And last, all opinions are welcome. Please be respectful of each speaker to ensure everyone feels welcome to share their comments. Please refrain from cheering, clapping, booing, or otherwise disruptive behavior. All right.
So Mr. Bear is online. Mr. Bear, you should be able to unmute and speak.
To speak about the proposed Redtail Range development. This property is encircled by 3 dumps, 5 oil and gas facilities, and a piece of land that was used to dump toxic materials known as the Newhauser Superfund site. In my opinion, this may be one of the most inappropriate locations submitted to the town of Erie for a proposed neighborhood. Hence, it's been voted down by multiple times. Let's start with the 5 oil and gas facilities that encircle this proposed development. If you watch the local news with any regularity, you have likely seen stories about hazardous events associated with oil and gas that have occurred right here in Colorado. They happen and happen with some regularity. I personally have witnessed unplanned venting events in the last few years from facilities at this very location. I recorded them and reported it to the town. Just the number of spill and release emails that I have received from the town is shocking. The high density of oil and gas facilities in the immediate vicinity increases the risk of an unsafe or toxic event impacting a future neighborhood and its residents. It's just not worth it. Newhauser, the Superfund site on the property, is another reason to be concerned. With some rough math, there was up to 60,000 gallons of toxic materials leaked onto or into the soils on that property. After decades of the barrels residing on that hill, it became a Superfund site and the EPA cleanup was underway. However, there is no certainty that all the toxic waste was identified and cleaned up. Rainwater and snowmelt, for example, can carry toxic materials. In this case, the contaminated area is uphill from the proposed neighborhood. The idea of graders, scrapers, backhoes, and other heavy equipment digging on that property is unsettling to me. The idea of families living there is just wrong, in my opinion. The UDC provides a path forward and avoids putting families at risk. Words like health, safety, and general welfare are used multiple times in the UDC, and they should come first when considering a development. My question to each of you behind the dais, if approved, would you move your family to this neighborhood? Would you recommend it to your adult children, a place where your grandchildren would grow up? If you even paused for a second to think about it, you know how you should vote tonight. Allowing this development to continue would be a great disservice to those that may someday live on that hill. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
So just a FYI, our timer is not working tonight, so I'm keeping track of it up here.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Next, we have Siobhan Blades.
I'm Siobhan Blades. I live here in Erie. I don't give out my address because of my job. I have people that like to harass me, so I don't give out my address. Last week, I sat in here and listened to the council very concerned with risk and subsidizing businesses. I really hope this week you are also concerned with risk of in residential health and also subsidizing a bad business deal. I'm a business owner, and if I make a bad deal, I don't have a government to bail me out. So, it's capitalism 101. I want to be very clear at the start. There are two separate issues before the council tonight, and they should not be conflated. One is the environmental conditions report. The other is the decision to build homes in an active oil field. Even if one were resolved, the other would remain. This environmental conditions report was commissioned by the developer, not initiated independently. Its scope is very specific to two questions. It evaluates whether there's unidentified buried waste within a defined residential area and whether contamination from a closed historic landfill could migrate into that area. What it does not evaluate is cumulative risk. It does not assess the combined impacts of active oil and gas operations, multiple landfills, historic contamination, and residential construction occurring together on one site. When CDPHE issued a no action determination, that meant no additional remediation was required under existing standards for the limited questions being asked. It does not mean the site is safe under all future conditions. Those determinations are based on assumptions about land use, grading, and disturbance that fundamentally change once you begin building an entire neighborhood. CDPHE evaluates environmental compliance. Council evaluates whether this is an appropriate place to put homes. There are 29 oil and gas wells associated with land owned by the applicant. Under the current proposal, 23 remain active. Only 6 wells are being plugged because doing so allows more homes to be built, not because it eliminates risk. Where plugging would benefit residents but not increase density, it's not happening. No other land use proposal in Erie's history has combined this level of active oil and gas infrastructure with residential development. This proposal meets the minimum legal requirements, but land use decisions are not about minimums. They're about whether or a use is appropriate. What makes this site unique and dangerous is not any single issue. It's the stacking of risks. Active oil and gas wells, multiple landfills, known historic contamination, and residential construction all on one site. Even if every agency has checked its box, this council still has to ask a answer a different question. Is this the kind of place where we should be building homes? Meeting the letter of the law does not make a decision responsible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kim McConnell. And Mayor, I just wanted to let you know, Councilmember Hoback is running late. He will be here.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Kim McConnell, 1701 Crestview Lane. I'd like to first thank the Town Council for the work you do on behalf of our town. I have lived here in Erie for 27 years and have seen our town change dramatically. It's crucial that we navigate these changes with great care and foresight. While the Red Tail Ranch development is fraught with massive problems and is, in my opinion, the worst development proposal to ever come before our council, especially in regard to oil and gas and toxic waste, I will focus my time here on two areas in particular: traffic and water. As you hopefully know, the massive increase in the number of homes in Erie and the inability now to reach Highway 7 via County Line Road have caused Weld County Road 5, Vista Parkway, and Mountain View to be inundated with traffic. These roads run through residential areas. That means that thousands of our town citizens daily deal with large amounts of traffic through our neighborhoods. Stratus's proposal to build 569 dwellings will radically increase the amount of traffic on these already stressed roads. Does the town have a comprehensive and workable plan to deal with this? Given the U.S. average of 1.8 cars per household, we are now facing an increase of over 1,000 vehicles to this area. Stratus's offer of $100,000 toward calming traffic is a mere drop in the bucket towards a comprehensive and truly workable plan for dealing with the overload through these residential areas. I implore you, the leaders of our town, to implement far more rigorous traffic standards prior to allowing any changes in any development. Regarding water and drainage issues, the engineering model that the town of Erie used resulted and continues to result in Erie's 9 Mile Corner and Prince Lake developments, causing significant draining and flooding issues to the nearby communities. Some of the consequences have been backyard, basement, and road flooding, leading to legal claims against the town. There remain ongoing issues regarding inadequate stormwater infrastructure due to the developments. Therefore, I implore you to use revised, updated, and greatly improved models for dealing with the acres of concrete and asphalt associated with any development, so that we do not repeat the aforementioned problems. Thousands of our residents live near the proposed Red Tail Ranch development, and if you allow it to be built, more unsuspecting citizens will be subjected to all of the potential problems that have been mentioned so far tonight. What will happen if we have rain near the levels of 2013 in this area? Vista Point, the Air Park, and Vista Parkway could be inundated. It is my understanding that this property was annexed and zoned residential low density, and I would say that low density is not what is being achieved here, given the way that they are doing the math.
20 seconds.
But it is instead an industrial wasteland and should never ever have been zoned residential. Thus, I would implore you once again to very carefully consider your decision to do what is right rather than what is expedient, and to say no to this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Liz Fisher.
Good evening. I'm Liz Fisher. I live in Old Town at 635 Moffett Street. And I've written to you all a couple of times about Red Tail Ranch. I'm here tonight to reaffirm my opposition to the proposed settlement agreement that would approve a preliminary plat. And I'd like to reiterate one point that I expressed to you in my correspondence. The sheer number of conditions of approval and the extensive monitoring protocols are a tip-off. They warn us how reckless a folly it would be to build any homes there. Has Erie ever seen a land use application so encumbered by environmental hazards? I think not. You're hearing solid and well-informed objections from the community. Residents have been fighting this for years. So I ask you now to act accordingly. Bring on the conviction and courage that's called for. Stand up to the bullies. Please defend and protect Erie by putting public health and safety first and foremost when you vote on Red Tail Ranch tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jim Briers.
Good evening. My name is Jim Briers. I live at 635 Moffett Street in Erie. I'd like to ask the board to deny the settlement agreement due to the potential of the presence of hazardous materials and the proximity of a number of oil and gas wells on the property. These solvents that were discovered on the property are known for a high mobility in soil and could cause a great liability and a hazard to anyone who was on the property, anyone who was to reside on the property. I think the town made the correct decision denying the development previously on the property. And I also am not excited about the idea of doing business with someone who's an entity that's so willing to threaten and cajole. I don't think that's a good indication of someone we want to be involved with. But mainly I think it would be irresponsible to build family homes and expose potential residents to these hazards. And I think it would be a large liability to the town in the future. Also, plugging oil and gas wells isn't a long-term solution. They have a long-term history of leaking. It's not something you can't go down and necessarily plug a high-pressure gas so far underground, very high pressures. Pressures on the order of that you'd get in a gas bottle. They can get out. They can fracture. They can work their way through fissures and fractures in the earth. So I think it's a very risky business, just that alone, of building houses that close to oil and gas development and the oil and gas development of the surrounding area. So I would say that I'd be concerned about the town's liability and the town's moral responsibility to any potential residents who might be exposed to any materials on a hazardous waste site like that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next is Christian Van Woudenberg.
Hi, Christian Van Woudenberg, formal council member, Vista Ridge. First, I want to extend my condolences to Mayor Moore. Annexing Red Tail Ranch with low-density residential zoning in 2007, when you were mayor, was a mistake, even with just 3 existing oil and gas wells at the time. That mistake paved the way for the debacle we find ourselves in now. The lawsuit against the town is meritless. The applicant has done nothing to address the findings of fact issued by the former town council. Each finding constitutes a legally defensible reason for denying this preliminary plat. The town has negotiated from a position of weakness, not strength. During settlement negotiations, I believe the council wasn't properly informed that 29 active wells exist on the site, of which 17 are low producing and should be plugged and abandoned. The developer dangled, plugging 6 wells in exchange for 49 additional homes, and brought their false promise. You bought it. The truth is, you have all the cards. Let me remind you of the first authority granted to the council in the Home Rule Charter. The town council should have the authority to enact and provide for the enforcement of all ordinances necessary to protect life, health, safety, welfare, and property. Here's what you should have done, and you can still demand. First, plug and abandon all 29 active wells on the property before building a single home. I understand this puts the developer in a quandary because they don't have any leverage. So it's time to think creatively. Use your connections Talk to the Weld County Commissioners. Get some grants. Make some public noise. Push pressure on the operators. And as previous councils have already expressed, if you can't get the wells plugged, you're not ready to build homes. Erie residents deserve to live without the risk of leaks, fires, and explosions from active wells, even though plugged wells carry risks too. Second, the fundamental purpose of the town council is to lead and provide vision. That includes the transformation of County Road 5 into a residential boulevard. Demand that no homes at Red Tail Ranch are built until the landfill entrance is moved away from County Road 5. The real risk is future liability. You don't owe this developer a profit, which they apparently only can get by suing IBM, the Pratt family, and the town of Erie. When they encounter more contamination,
20 seconds.
when millions in remediation costs can no longer be borne by IBM Pratt, when the Red Tail Ranch Metro District declares bankruptcy and leaves the development without infrastructure, what will you do then? I'm going to use stronger language than my neighbor Arnold. If the town approves the settlement as written, it is important for council members, staff, and leaders to fully acknowledge that environmental risks remain unverified. The town will ultimately be held responsible by future homeowners when problems arise after homes are built. Today is a good day to stand up for what's right. Choose wisely.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tim Sonmore.
Tim Sonmore, Crestview Lane. Council members, thank you. I have some remarks from last week, but you have a more detailed email that I've sent to each of you as well. You can get into more. As you know, on June 25th, 2024, the Red Tail Ranch preliminary plat was denied. I've spoken, and there's a settlement now before you tonight. I've spoken to numerous neighbors who knew nothing of this proposed settlement. I don't think information was properly disseminated to these Vista Ridge to really understand that the settlement is now before you. And saying that this was public, a lawsuit from November of 24 last year that is in the public record, that should be sufficient. I don't think so. I think a settlement's a pretty big deal, and I think there should have been more to inform residents of what's before the council tonight. I guess Red Tail and Mr. Dean may get what they want by suing. You've heard or may be hearing comments again tonight of the so-called reasons the Red Tail settlement should be approved, not prioritizing health and safety per the UDC mandate, but simply to avoid a lawsuit. We have heard the so-called experts over the years that Red Tail has paid, like Geosyntec, to come here for years and tell everyone nothing to see here, look away. Tonight's meeting and the settlement before you is the result of a lawsuit by a millionaire brought to intimidate and force the town of Erie to cave to his demands. It seems that the town of Erie wants the families they represent to look the other way too. Perhaps, but that rests with you. Council members, think through what your true moral obligations are, as many have stated tonight and as you're well aware. They are to the families and the children who will not be informed of what their homes are actually built on. Hundreds of miles of fracking wells and gas lines producing potential for leaks and explosions. They will not be informed of the 2 landfills or dumps that are surrounding them, where the city has piled their garbage for the last 30 years, a decomposing wasteland. They will not be informed of the current school overcrowding issues being made worse with Red Tail, despite the so-called science and traffic studies that refute that. They will not be informed of the dangerous traffic racing through the community on roads that are not designed for this kind of traffic. They will not be informed of the miles of abandoned coal mines under their playgrounds. They will not be informed of hundreds of barrels of toxic waste dumped below their parks and homes. They will not be informed that the developer knew all of this and still wanted to press on, hoping no one would notice. He's not going to be here to clean up the Red Tail fallout. He will have moved on.
20
Mr.
seconds.
Dean didn't pay for deep ground penetrating radar analysis through the whole property by his own admission last year. But to save money, did radar penetrations only on the very small portion of the site in question that was cleaned up. What does that tell you? In a so-called neighborhood meet and greet last year in June of 24, the owner-developer, Mr. Dean, said, quote, "If there's anything else there when they scrape off the surface, it will be uncovered." That's his plan? Discover as he digs? Really? If construction is halted, will he sue the town again? Is he or Red Tail going to disclose all of this to prospective families who just want to raise their children in a safe community? No, he will not. In that same meet and greet last year, that propaganda exercise that I was at, and my wife was at, the owner lamented, quote, spending $10 million on this property so far. That was last year is what he said. He said, just like you have rights, we feel we have rights too. Clearly, we're going to protect our interests, he said, end quote. There it is. To me, it's about the money. I yield the balance of my time to my wife, Jenny. Thank you for your time. I do appreciate the opportunity to do this.
Thank you.
So next on the list is Julie Daniel.
Did I have her?
She's on here, but Julie signed. You're next. Julie couldn't make it, so you're up.
I still yield the balance of my time.
I think she gets her own time.
Okay, Jenny Sonmore, Crestview Lane in Erie. So continue on with what my husband was saying. At that town meet and greet, Mr. Dean said over and over that the city has to have a legal reason to deny him a specific violation of some code or an inspection deficiency. He even said that Rule 106 may need to be used to force the city to name a specific reason for denial. But not once did he acknowledge the council members' responsibility to its citizens to look out for the health and well-being of the families and the children that will build homes there who won't know the history, which is the first priority of the UDC. In one glaring and disgusting exchange, and I brought it up last year and I'm going to bring it up again this year, at that meet and greet, when asked about the denial of the preliminary plan for the April 2024 meeting, the owner-developer just disregarded the mayor pro tem's concern for the health of the families when she shared her personal struggle with cancer. The owner said that the council members need to tell him exactly why they denied him, not just say, I had cancer, I can't vote for this project going forward. Obviously, cancer is an issue on this land. Despite the obvious health dangers of a toxic landfill and the mayor pro tem's story of her own battle, he was more interested in the minutia of Rule 106. The case is a developer that purchased land sandwiched between two landfills and over miles of gas fracking pipeline and toxic land. The developer then discovered the land was contaminated and now wants to sue the town of Erie to finish his plans and recoup his sunk cost. So what if he succeeds at using the court to get his way at this point? What if he doesn't get his way at the next phase or the final plat approval? He will simply sue again and use the court against the town of Erie and its taxpayers. This is blackmail, and the town should stand up against this. Is this who we want to deal with as a town? I don't think so. So council members, what is your responsibility? What were you voted in to do? Some of you are new to the responsibilities at this council, but you should not be new to the responsibility of doing the right thing. Your responsibility is to promote the best interest of Erie and its residents. When the health and safety of its citizens are at risk, then other financial issues are irrelevant. Council Bayer said last year at the June 25th meeting that this body's main directive from the UDC is to prioritize the public health and safety of our residents, and the moral and ethical gymnastics
20
it takes
seconds.
to keep to a vote to be able to support this application is comical. Do you care more about the personal interests of a multimillionaire trying to recoup the cost of his bad land deal, or do you care more about the interests of young families who will raise their families in overcrowded schools between two landfills, coal mines and sinkholes, gas lines under their feet, and over toxic waste dump? Think back to the images of the workers who cleaned up the site wearing hazmat suits and radioactive detectors, and then think of the young children digging and playing on the playground right next to them. That's what your conscience should ponder and what you will be known for if this goes through tonight. Stand up against this. Please don't settle. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And last on our list is Casey Hedrick.
Good evening, Council. Casey Hedrick, 727 Starkey Court in Erie. I'm just here to urge Council extreme caution in considering this matter. It's extremely concerning, the potential health and environmental risks. We see that across the state of Colorado when incidents happen. Last May, there was an incident in Gailton that shut down schools and had residents evacuated. When CSU came in to do a study on that, they said that residents up to 2 miles away from the blowout were inhaling toxic soup in terms of the air quality that they were breathing. So I would just encourage and urge council to exercise extreme caution. If they don't feel 100% confident that this is safe for families and people that would be moving in, then not to move forward with it. Again, I think it's been echoed or said earlier that what we need you all to do as leaders is to make sure that we're creating the healthiest and most safest environments for our communities, our children, our families. And if it doesn't feel like this is what that is, then I would urge you not to move forward with it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is anybody else in the audience tonight that would like to address this? Come on up.
Good evening. Monica Korber, 1559 Hickory Drive in Vista Ridge. Council, I urge you to deny the Red Tail Ranch development. This area centers on major concerns: the land's history with oil and gas wells, 29 plus wells, EPA Superfund site, proximity to the landfills, Denver Regional and Front Range, which is still active, potential sinkholes, school overcrowding, soaring heights, Erie High School, and general health and safety risks, leading to you, I implore you to deny the initial plan that you had already denied back in June of 2024 due to these serious safety risks. Building a neighborhood on such contaminated industrial land is unprecedented in Erie. I urge the council to prioritize community well-being over development. Additionally, Draco well bores will cross through the Red Tail Ranch property, which will risk cross-communication with Pratt and Waste Connections well bores. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I don't see anybody else who would like to speak to us, so I'll close the public comment portion of this, and we'll bring it back to the board for the council for questions. I'm going to invite at least the attorney from the Red Tail Ranch Development up here, and anybody else you'd like, because I suspect questions will be to both staff, our attorney, and to the applicant. I say the applicant. I realize this is a settlement agreement, but just want to have you up here. All right, I think I'll just start on the audience's left with Councilmember Pestromelli, and we'll just work our way down for questions that we may have.
So how many active wells are there and how many are being closed?
Well, thank you for the question. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, we did have a presentation. If you don't want to see that, that's perfectly fine.
Actually, that's I did not see it in the agenda set up that
Yeah.
way. If you do have slides, I think anything that we could put on the public record on what you're asking for, what the development is, I think
Yeah.
the more information, the
I
better.
mean, after hearing the comments tonight, I would think that you'd all want to see, the actual graphics of this project. So if you don't mind, we'd like to go
Absolutely.
through our presentation. It's on the screen now. And I, again, want to begin by introducing myself or reintroducing myself. My name is David Foster. Here on behalf of Red Tail Ranch, I'm Land Use Counsel to Red Tail Ranch. And I want to thank the mayor and council for endeavoring into a settlement agreement throughout the course of the last year plus. And thank your staff. And thank the community for being here as well, because these are important issues. They're important issues to hear, and what's even more important is to understand that if all of these things were true, and if all of the stories in the documents that I've read online from Yellow Scene were true, you probably shouldn't approve the settlement agreement, but they're not accurate. And we're going to go through that issue and those issues this evening. So without further ado, we'll start with the slides. History, are you controlling it? Okay. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously the history of this site was, and we have all of our experts here in the room as well to answer some of the more substantive questions that may come up. In terms of the history, if you can just scroll to the next. Is that it? Okay. As the town administrator was mentioning, he was just off by about 10 years because this property was actually annexed in 2007. And at the time that it was annexed and zoned, there were a number of landfills in the area, which was identified through that process. And the town knowingly zoned and annexed this property at that time in 2007. In 2015, the town went ahead and revised and approved its comprehensive plan. And at that time, it reinforced that the Red Tail property should be rural residential, easier said, and with a gross density of 2 units per acre. In 2019, and this is an important date because in 2018, the contamination was identified in what we'll call the IBM site. But in 2019, a year after that was identified, you as a town board went ahead and amended its comprehensive plan again. And again, you chose to designate this site as rural residential. In 2021, the applicant came forward with his preliminary plat. And at that time, there was a 350-foot setback that you, as the town board, had identified as being an appropriate setback from existing oil and gas wells for residential development. And when I say you, I know it wasn't you, but it was your predecessors. And we get to rely on the decisions made by you as a town board as we move forward. And that's part of the balancing act tonight, is a private property right and still ensuring that the health, safety, and welfare of your residents is secure, but also understanding that there's a private property right at stake as well. So in 2021, when this application was submitted, there was a 350-foot setback for residential development. In 2024, the Erie Town Attorney at the Planning Commission acknowledged that we had a 350-foot setback when that issue was raised. And in January of 2024, the Erie Planning Commission recommended unanimously approval of our preliminary plat after going through all of the review criteria. And that's not just our planners and our experts. Those are the town's experts who have reviewed all of the documentation that is submitted throughout the course of a process. And then in 2024 of April, Red Tail voluntarily agreed to set back 500 feet from the oil and gas wells because that was your standard at the time, even though we were not obligated to do so. And so we voluntarily increased the setback from existing oil and gas wells to 500 feet. And in July of 2024, the town council denied the preliminary plat. I'm going to ask Layla to go through, over the course of the next several slides, the rather significant modifications that you as a town board, town council, again with your council, have helped to modify from the plan that was denied in July of 2024. And then I'll come back up and deal with some of the other issues that are sitting up there.
I will do that. I hope you don't mind if I sit. Gotta run the machine. My name is Layla Rosales. I'm with Terracina Design. I appreciate you taking the time for us tonight. This is a special meeting, so extra time. We appreciate all of those things. I know time is valuable to all of us. So I think where I want to start is what I've got up on the screen is kind of a context map. And really what that shows is the relationship of Red Tail Ranch to all of the surrounding communities that are adjacent to us, including Vista Ridge to the south, Vista Point to the west, and we've got Erie Highlands and Sunset and Westerly up north. So I guess the point of this is that this is really contextually it's appropriate, and this is the right spot for residential housing based on kind of what's happening in and around the neighborhood and the community in this location. So, site plan that we are proposing tonight is, as David said, it's definitely different from what was, I guess, denied back in July of 24. And actually, I'm going to kind of skip around on slides here a little bit. They're a little bit out of order from what I was hoping they would be. So what you're looking at here is, I want to kind of walk you through the history of this plan. So back in 2020, which is the one in the upper left plan here, this was kind of what we originally submitted as kind of a sketch plan as part of this design process. And, you know, a couple of things that changed in here that are significant changes is you see that there is this yellow line that kind of runs through this site plan. And what that is that's Red Tail Ranch Parkway. So early on, we had Red Tail Ranch Parkway coming down along the south there and tying in at County Road 4 and County Road 5. We did get some neighbors who were concerned about the traffic at that location, as well as the proximity of Alpine Drive, which is just south of here. And, you know, just kind of the conflicts around the traffic from that. And then also it was suggested that we adjust that road north to provide just even a little bit additional buffer between the environmental area and the residences. So as you go on to 2024, you'll see that that road runs along the northern portion of the property now, and it ties in a little bit further north onto County Road 5. And again, this plan back in April of 2024 had 587 home sites, 350-foot oil and gas setback. This is the plan that was approved unanimously by Planning Commission. Fast forward to 2024, June, after some feedback from Town Council, and we changed the plan to the 500-foot setback, as David mentioned just a few minutes ago, to the loss of 63 homes as part of that. And that plan was denied. So what you're looking at today is substantially different in that we are proposing to remove 7 of the KPK wells, and we are keeping the 500-foot setback from the wells that are there. To answer your question, council member, we have 6 active wells in the center of, technically I guess now there are 12 active wells, but there will be 6 when this development comes, that are in the center here of the development. And there are a couple of additional wells up on the north of the environmental site. And then the remaining wells are actually off-site that were referenced. So truly, if you're looking at the area where the homes are being built, there will be 6 wells if you approve the settlement agreement, because of the way that the KPK plugging and abandonment is part of that settlement agreement. So, you know, this, as again previously mentioned, 573 homes, density of 1.97 acres, which again is compliant with the comp plan, which is under 2, which is what the rural residential comp plan density is. It is also compliant with the annexation agreement, which actually capped out the property at the 587 home sites. So we are in full compliance with that. In addition, I want to reiterate that this plan is in full compliance with the UDO. So lot sizes, setbacks, housing density, diversity requirements, staggering of fences. I mean, there's all sorts of small requirements in the UDO that this plan complies with, as well as open space and trails, which I'll get into here momentarily. So I just want to reiterate, nothing in this plan that we have in front of you is requesting any type of variance or anything that is not already expressly permitted in the UDO. So the next thing I want to talk about is this landscape buffer. So again, we've been working at this for a number of years, and there was special consideration given to the adjacent homeowners, right? Because the ones that are directly adjacent to our property are to our south, as you can see on this map. And so we again wanted to make sure that we provided a decent buffer, which we've got a little over 200 feet at the pinch point to the adjacent homes to the south. In addition to that, we've got multiple trail connections that tie their trails into what will be the spine trail, which I'll show you here in a moment, as well as the parks and trails that are available in Red Tail Ranch. So open space, we meet and exceed actually all of the open space requirements for the town here. As far as pocket parks go, we are required 0.83 acres, or we're giving 2.92 acres, so over 3 times what is required here. as far as parks go. Open space, we're a little bit over on the open space, and you can see down in the bottom left where our open space is. It has nowhere near the oil and gas, right? It's a wetland habitat area that the town has requested that we preserve. In addition to that, you'll see that the spine trail kind of runs through that and ties into the spine trail that's further to the west of us. And then as far as neighborhood parks, the staff actually requested that we do that in fee and lieu. Our kind of early plans did include a neighborhood park, but the town Parks Department requested that we give cash in lieu instead, so we did that. So again, I think one of the things that I want to kind of highlight here is the importance of Red Tail Ranch as it relates to some of the master plans of the town, right? So this one particularly speaks to the spine trail, and this particular property does, and I know it's a little bit hard to see on this map, but you can kind of see in your master plan how the spine trail through Red Tail Ranch kind of connects those loose dots, right? And then same for transportation, right? The roadway plans. Again, as was mentioned, Red Tail Ranch does provide a very important east-west connector between Vista Ridge, Vista Parkway, and County Road 5. And that is actually in your transportation plan, that connection. And in addition to that, I know some questions were asked about traffic and how that, all works. And obviously we did the traffic reports and all of that stuff was vetted through town staff. But more importantly, the town does have I guess I don't have it on here, a transportation master plan, and it actually designates the road classifications, right? So it shows Red Tail, or this connection to the east to west, as a collector. It shows County Road 5, which is the north-south, as a 2-lane arterial. So we are just following what the town has already put in relationship to their master plans. Okay, so that's really what we've done here, and we've proven up that all works from a volume trips per day generation perspective. A couple, as far as intersections go, and we've got a roundabout already existing, as you know, at Vista Parkway over to our west. We are proposing potentially a roundabout in the center of Red Tail Ranch Parkway. That we'll obviously work with staff on what that looks like and how that functions, but we think that this could be a good location for that. And then as you get to County Road 5, according to all of our traffic studies, really a stop condition for the long term is what's warranted. But we have agreed to contribute $100,000 towards a signal at when it's warranted. And that would be something that the town would help us with, because apparently I've discovered that warrants and putting up signals randomly is not a thing. So that is the intersections there. So the KPK well removal, that's an important and probably the most important thing that we've done to this plan to change this plan and make it different from what we should have had in 2024. And what you're looking at here is really the KPK wells, the ones that we're proposing to remove, were drilled between 1982 and 2011. So they're what I consider the old technology. They've got the tanks on site, right? They've got, and you have the big trucks that come and take the material and haul it away, right? None of it's piped. And so it really has quite a big footprint as far as what you see above ground. In addition to that, it includes the trucks and kind of some of the traffic that's of concern as far as being able to get the material off the site. So these 6 wells are what we're proposing to remove, and all of the appurtenances that go with that. And so what you're looking at here in the top picture is the existing conditions. The bottom is we used some Photoshop and kind of showed what this will look like once we remove all of those existing facilities. Now there are still some wells that are going to remain in this location, but all of those were drilled in 2017. All the product is piped. There will be no trucks coming in and out to move product as relates to those wells. And again, I kind of want to show this oil and gas kind of in the center of our area. Again, this is not considered open space or anything like that as it relates to the requirements of the town. We've got the 500-foot setback here. which is plenty of room to do some landscape berms and some other things to really try to make this facility go away to the best of our ability from a visual perspective. I'm going to pass it over to David to talk a little bit more about the environmental components of the property.
So obviously, one of the big issues that you've heard tonight and you've heard over the course of probably most of your time on council are issues related to the environmental concerns. If it's not the oil and gas, it's about the landfills. And it's about the landfill that was discovered in or around 2018. Different from the information that was previously presented, of course, our own engineers have done humongous amount of work, and you have, that was posted online for your constituents, 10,000 pages that was part of an application that went to CDPHE for their review as well. And what you also have online that's attached to your agenda for this evening is the environmental consultant that you hired as a community, and that's Pinion, and their review and analysis of the environmental issues. And we wouldn't be here but for the fact that our engineers, your engineers, and the state engineers say that this is a clean site. We wouldn't be here. This would be a very different conversation, and we'd be home watching the Avalanche game. But that's the reality of the site today. Again, we have our engineers, we have our land use, we have our environmental attorneys to discuss any of this. You have your environmental experts as well to discuss this, and you have heard from them in the past, I know. This is a clean site. What is important to recognize, and I think what wasn't clear back in July of 2024 and in June of 2024, is the way in which we've color-coded that map for everybody to see. The purple area is the residential area. So when you've heard tonight and when you've read online 29 active wells, that's not accurate. That's not accurate information. There is one well site within the residential area. Crestone has its facility and KPK has its facility, and there are 6 wells each. That's 12. We are removing the KPK wells. We are taking away 50% of the existing oil and gas wells on this site. By the way, even the piece that I read online said that's a victory for the community and that's a victory for the developers. And that's true. That was one of the true statements that was in that piece that I read. But there are 12. And as Layla explained, the 6 that we are removing are the old wells. They're the ones with the tanks. And what remains are the tankless facilities that don't have the same servicing needs. And then on page 8 of this summary document that we provided to you all months ago, and again, is online for your community to review as well. Page 8 identifies and is clear in its conclusions that there is no buried waste present in the residential area at Red Tail Ranch. That's the purple. The purple is the residential area. And that the historic landfill associated with Red Tail Ranch property is located on a separate tract from the residential area and has been properly closed under CDPHE oversight. That's the orange on the map. And that's what has been closed. And that's what's separate. And that's where that historic landfill was. And that no COCs associated with the closed historic landfill have migrated to the residential area. And really this last paragraph is what I think is almost worth repeating, but I will not. This last paragraph, that the residential area of the Red Tail Ranch property has been investigated more thoroughly than most, if not all, undeveloped properties in the area. Based on the lack of impacts indicated by these investigations, the potential for environmental impacts due to unknown conditions on the property is likely lower than on any other undeveloped properties that have not been subject to the same level of scrutiny. This is a clean site. And this is what the environmental experts and engineers have concluded. And that's what's important. And this is what CDPHE has concluded. And this is what your own engineers have concluded. The additional safeguards. And these are issues that you've negotiated, that you have forced upon us to consider and that we've adopted. And those include that A, we will be plugging and abandoning the KPK wells before the final plat, not after. This isn't an opportunity for us to get a final plat approved and then later come in and have them plug and abandon. We will have to pay for those wells and plug and abandon them before we have a final plat, period. That's in the agreement. Second, we are adding 4 additional groundwater monitoring wells. And those are identified on this sheet. Well, they're not identified on the sheet. They're identified on another exhibit, actually, that is online. You saw the additional 4 wells south of the wells that already exist. You've asked for 4 additional wells. We have found 4 additional wells on that site to monitor groundwater. $100,000 added for off-site traffic improvements. I did hear one of the members of the community speak to the fact that $100,000 isn't anything. I would agree with her, but that's not what this is. This is $100,000 in addition to all of the public improvements that we're already making. And it's for an improvement that there is no warrant for. No warrant. And so when there is a warrant, if there's ever a warrant, you will have the $100,000 to make that public improvement. We are adding a split rail fence and public notice around the entire environmental site. That's what you asked for. And you will see on this document, every red dot along that fence is where the notice will be. And you see a picture of what the fence will look like as well. And it goes around the entire site, off all the way to the west side. You'll see that it continues all the way up onto the west side. And there was a desire for a roundabout, not because your traffic consultants asked for it, not because our traffic consultants thought it was appropriate, but some members of the town board, the town council wanted that. And so we've included a roundabout because you asked for that. And so that is another improvement from the plan from July of 2024 that didn't exist. We are really at our first step, the preliminary plat. For us to get to a final plat, those wells we plugged and abandoned, we'll have to go through an entire final plat process, full engineering process, and a development agreement. Because those are the next phases along what is a very long development process, appropriately so. And I think I just wanted, in the last few moments, to go through on the last few pages. This is the staff's review and analysis, not ours. Because you see staff reports, and this is your staff that went through every single element in a preliminary plat and concluded that every element of the preliminary plat was met. These are taken from the staff report and placed here for your review. It's consistent with the comp plan. It meets the intent of the specific zone district. It meets all of the standards as well as the environmental corrective measures. The streets and trail connections are appropriate and will benefit future residents and provide continuity to external developments and trails. The subdivision complies with all applicable regulations, standards, and requirements of federal and state governments. Subdivision is not anticipated to create any significant or unmitigated adverse impacts on the environment. Pedestrian and vehicular access is adequately provided throughout the subdivision. No concerns are outstanding. That's a finding from your own staff. And so I know that you may have some additional questions that were posed from your constituents. We want to be respectful of your time and we'll be available to answer any of those questions. But we believe that this is a settlement agreement that is fair, and we are hopeful that you will support it tonight.
All right, let me come back to Councilmember Pestromelli, and we'll ask our questions left to right from the audience view.
So, so the solid waste was dumped in the north end of the site in 1960s, and then it was like remediated. But is there any proof that it's not existing in the south end or any other place? Did you check other places that if it is there, or do you know for sure that it's only on the north? How did you come to that?
How did we come to the conclusion that the landfill that you speak of from 1960 did not make its way into the residential area? Is that your question?
No. I'm saying all the dump was from IBM was there in the north side, right? How do you know for sure it's not on the south side or inside the residential area?
How do we know that it's not in the residential area? Because there have been years and years of study, boring throughout all of the residential area over and over again. Luke, can you speak to, I'm going to have John Steeler, the environmental attorney who's handled this project for the last 10 years.
My name is John, my name is John Steeler. I was the environmental attorney on this project from 2016 to the beginning of this year. I'm no longer an attorney, but I've got the knowledge to answer your question. So our environmental consultants, when they prepared the report that you have in your file, they went back, and it was also submitted to the state of Colorado. They went back and looked at aerial photos dating back to 1950. The disturbance activity was in the green and orange area, or the orange areas, and it's clear on the aerial photographs that that was the case. There was no disturbance from the IBM, that period, to the south of there. That's the first thing. The other thing they've done is there are a number of wells, and there were also a number of soil samples done for foundational purposes on the property to the south. And during that operation, there was some minor trash that came up that was blown on, but nothing came up during that period. Furthermore, when we capped the landfill area, we borrowed the soil from parts of the southern property and came on and dug there as well, and nothing showed up. In the 10,000 pages that were submitted, those are reports that go all the way back to 1990. And it really provides a pretty clear history of this site. And there's no indication that that waste was ever put on that property.
So how sophisticated is the technology to go into 1960s to now about the aerial footage?
I think the aerial photography is done the same then as it is now.
So you think that's accurate?
Yes. It's standard. It's a standard thing that you do during an environmental
And
review.
work was done on the south side also. Like how deep did you go to see it? If
When
there
we
was
dug,
yeah.
I don't know how deep those test pits were for the.
Or my other question is like, did you go into the same depth as the north side, or how much?
I'm sorry, try to say that again, please.
So for example, you dug like 20 feet on the north side to see how much waste you have. Did you do the same thing on the south just to be consistent, or just
No.
a sampling of 1 feet and say nothing?
There was sampling done, and then we removed soil.
So not a concrete sample. It's just, sample of.
Well, we dug. I mean, the drill holes were put down for.
What if they don't find a barrel or anything in where you dig?
You mean make Swiss cheese of the property, and you still don't find it.
Okay. So from your analysis or records So how many barrels were removed?
I believe the reports that we put together, I think there were 1,300 barrels that came up that were, this is going back, so 1,350, something like that. But there were a lot of remnants of barrels on the property. So the IBM report said that there were 1,500 barrels. I think we probably pulled up 1,300 ones that were somewhat intact. And there were numbers of carcasses, I think we were referring to them as.
So is the IBM report something on paper, or it's a verbal thing saying like an approximate 1,500 barrels? Or how do we know it is 1,500?
Where'd that number come from? That came from IBM back in the 60s.
I mean, like, my question is it like properly documented, or it's a word of mouth saying?
Oh, no.
approximately?
IBM was kind of their own worst enemy in the
So
lawsuit.
they maintained a log of each drum that was put in there?
Yeah. Yes.
And that is about 1,500? Okay.
Correct.
And there is a probability of 200 ones which are calculated or like broken? But
It's
we don't-
impossible.
It's impossible.
It was impossible to calculate that because they came up in pieces.
And one more question was like, on the CDPHE requirements, how many, like, what do you think? Is it like an elaborate, detailed work that was done, or minimum was met?
Oh, it was an elaborate, we dug around the outside of those orange areas. We dug a number of test pits, 10 feet deep, to make sure that we figured out where the end of the trash was and where the trash wasn't. And there were, Luke, do you remember how many test pits?
Please come up to the microphones.
This is Luke.
Let Luke introduce himself.
Hi, Luke Fitzgerald with Geosyntec Consultants. There was a few dozen, I don't remember the exact number, but I was on site for a lot of the test pitting myself, and it was a pretty clear distinction, once you're outside of the edges of the buried waste. Yeah.
Does that answer your question, Councilman?
It doesn't, but it's okay. So the other question I have is, with the piped wells that are there, do you have any records of maintenance or any spills that happened in the past, and probability of spilling or causing air quality damage?
These are the oil wells.
Good evening, Council. David Frank, Director of Environmental Services for the Town of Erie. So in looking at the oil and gas facilities within that section, there are 3 recorded spills, all of which occurred at the Pratt F Unit 1 facility, which is in the very far northwest corner, a long ways away, about half a mile away from anything in Redtail. As far as complaints, there were a lot of complaints in 2017 when there was active fracking happening on those 2 pads. Since then, there are 3 recorded complaints, one by former trustee Christian Van Woudenberg and 2 from me, directing the ECMC to investigate observances by local residents. So no recorded spills. That's not to say that there isn't the potential for legacy spills to be found should facilities be decommissioned.
Last question. So how would you explain this, like suing the town and working with them together? Or expecting a smooth transaction?
Smooth? This isn't smooth. If somebody thinks this has been smooth, this isn't smooth sailing. But please respect at least this, that there is a private property right. And people have the right to seek legal protection if they believe that their property right was violated. And I think we'd all agree with that. And we believe that the private property right was violated with the denial of the preliminary plat. And we could go into excruciating detail as to why we think it was. We've presented to you, and it's online for your constituents to see the amended complaint. But I think that there's an interesting statement that was both online with that website, as well as a statement or two that's been made tonight by your own constituents, that this project meets the minimum legal requirements. I actually think it's well in excess of the minimum legal requirements. But two people got up here tonight to say how much they didn't like this, but that it met the minimum legal requirements. I think that is a really important statement for us to contemplate when somebody believes that their private property rights were not honored back in July of 2024.
Thank you. That's all.
All right. Councilmember O'Connor.
Thank you. Going back to the comments regarding the meet and greet, there was a mention of the deep ground penetrating radar, and why was it not used throughout the entire site?
Do I need to reintroduce myself?
No, you're good.
Okay. The reason that it wasn't used throughout the south side was that there was no evidence that any disposal took place south of those orange areas. And so, yes, there was deep penetrating, and we did a grid that the state required of us to go see where, because it's very important to the state that you actually put a cover on where there's trash. They wanted to find each and every one of those barrels. EPA wanted to find each and every one of those barrels. And so the deep penetrating ground radar would have kicked back a signal that there were barrels buried.
Okay.
So it was evidence-based based on past knowledge.
In the orange areas, are those was that the actual location of the barrels or the chemical seepage?
The orange area was where we had a number of work areas in the northeast corner where we removed barrels. That was where the majority of the barrels were.
Okay.
The orange area to the west was basically trash, was landfill. The seepage, to the extent that there's groundwater issues, basically flow from that northwest down that. There's a draw there. It's not a very, that is a contour map, but the draw comes down through that valley.
Okay. And goes to the west side
Yes.
of the property?
Yes.
And then down into the...
And
towards-
down out to the west.
Out towards the west, okay.
There's without getting into the details, and I practiced environmental law for so long, I became an engineer in my own head. There is essentially a divide, if you will, between that area and the south. So while we have agreed, and it was actually 3 wells, I think we ultimately agreed to. 4? On that side, it very well may be that those are dry because there's no water up there. It's considerably higher. It's a divide between the two.
And are those wells are there now?
No, we've agreed to put those in. They're essentially called Sentinel wells.
Are there any wells there now monitoring?
There are wells along that side, but closer to the orange
Orange area.
areas.
And are you observing any?
Yeah,
Yeah, we've observed some diminishing amounts of contamination, and by the time it gets out to the west, we're getting non-detects.
Okay.
The blue dots on the map are the new, the 4. I know you can kind of look at it. It's a little bit hard to see, sorry. I guess I can try and zoom in on this. Let's see if I can zoom in for you guys. Technology. And that was something that we worked with David Frank as far as determining those locations.
Okay.
Does that help see a little bit better?
It does.
Okay.
It does, definitely. I was looking at, well, I've got location map here too,
Yeah,
so
from the-
I'll just focus on this one. Okay, thank you. On a different note, so of the 6 remaining oil and gas wells, what does the servicing truck traffic look like going through the neighborhood?
Well, again, David Frank, Director of Environmental Services. That facility is quite modern, 2017.
Are there any anticipated calming measures to slow traffic down into that circle?
No.
To just slow people coming, no, I mean, I
Nothing
think
but
one of
beyond.
the issues, it's not an answer to that, but I'm going to give Brett a chance to walk up here.
Something it probably may come up in the conversation, but the traffic engineer couldn't be here tonight, but I've worked with Chris quite a bit. He sent me some notes because kind of figured that would be a conversation item.
Sure.
It is meeting the current criteria for the city. It does have the actual capacity, so do all the roads around it, even per your guys' plans, which recently with you guys, and a lot of field fitting, a lot of adjustments from the approved plans with staff because they chose to, in the field, to adjust it.
Okay.
You guys don't have a real defined code yet on roundabouts yet.
Okay.
We kind of had to help them. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Is that all? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Sorry, real quick, I just saw something flash up here. Adam, I saw an email that the sound wasn't.
Question and opportunity. There are 2 claims that the applicant filed. First is the 106 claim. The second is the takings claim. This is a global settlement. Oh, I got a little reverb. Heard myself. And so this is a global settlement agreement that has been negotiated by special counsel for the town as well as counsel for the applicant and would be an all-encompassing settlement. There would be no continuing litigation if approved by this council.
Thank you. And then if the settlement agreement is not accepted by council tonight, so can you explain what the 106 is and what happens if we were to lose the 106?
Sure. Rule 106 is simply a complaint that alleges that the decision was made in an inappropriate manner, and the case would then continue. The town would continue to defend itself, and we would go through the litigation process. We would still do the 106 claim first, and then the takings claim would come second.
Okay. If the court ruled in the applicant's behalf on the 106, that means the plat that is approved was the one from June of 2024. Is that correct?
I'll look to Mr. Foster. Is that correct, Mr. Foster?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then also, if the court were to rule on the town's behalf on the 106, then the takings, that does not mean that we are free and clear on the takings claim. Is that correct?
That is correct. The next step would be then consideration and litigation of the takings claim.
All right, thank you. Okay, so for the applicant, can you just give a brief general explanation of what the CDPHE is requiring for monitoring of the site over time? And with respect to that, can you also explain how that's going to be paid for?
The town or the CDPHE requires essentially 30 years of long-term monitoring and maintenance of the facility. which means there's a couple things. It's groundwater monitoring, number one. Number two, it's inspections of the cap to make sure it's still performing the landfill cover, to make sure it's performing in the manner that it was designed, that they approved of, making sure there are no the groundhogs aren't digging through it, because the purpose of the cap is to allow enough water to grow the grass on top, but not enough to get through and to seep through the chemicals that still remain, to the extent there are any, in the soil. The monitoring will go on. There's a number of wells out there. We are monitoring right now. Annually, we're talking to the state now about how those wells are structured and the monitoring is structured, and we have actually a meeting at the end of the month with the with the state on that. How that's paid for, the state requires bonding, and there is a bond currently in place with the state to the tune of $1.3 million. That bond is based on an estimate of long-term monitoring costs. That bond is good until next May, and it will have to come up for renewal, and we will have to deal with that at that time, with how that, how we secure that, if you will.
Right. Thank you. For the remediation plan for the environmental area, I know there's a lot of people that have been involved with this, but can you explain, is there an engineer of record for the mitigation plan? Was it
Geosyntec.
Okay. And then can you explain how the town's engineering staff, the CDPHE's engineering staff, tied into reviewing of?
So I know that the state has required that we continually submit to Mr. Frank and the town, over here, all of our records.
Okay.
And kind of plans, and we've been on an ongoing basis copying town staff with that.
Sure. Okay.
I don't believe that town staff has, come to meetings on design and things like that.
Right. Okay.
Is that correct?
But suffice it to say, there's been nothing from the town or the CDPHE where they have looked at the mitigation plan to say that's insufficient, that's not. Okay.
No, we've, at every step, I mean, and I know that some of your constituents would say, well, this may meet the minimum requirements. I will tell you that you should be happy that in this case, the state has been on this. And EPA was as well when we pulled the drums out.
Sure.
They were involved and on site on a regular basis.
Thank you. Also with respect to the site, so for people looking at the picture, there's kind of those two orange-shaped areas. The one to the southwest portion on the far west side, that kind of extends over into an area that's not in the plat area.
Correct.
But to my understanding, that's still subject to the CDPHE monitoring.
Yeah, there's an order. So just to clarify, there is an order from the state of Colorado, a consent order, where the Stratus Redtail entered into it and is committed to performing all of this work pursuant to a legal order, binding order with the state of Colorado. And yes, we have an easement on that property, one for stormwater purposes,
right,
and two, to do whatever it's necessary to finish up to complete the remediation, the preparation of the cap and things.
Okay, thanks. Could you also speak briefly to any drainage that may occur that, can you speak to where is that generally tending to go to and to the residents on the Well,
Brett's-
thanks.
Brett's the answer.
All right, thanks. Yeah.
That was very specific.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
That was very specific by CDPHE. We cannot take any flow on that property. Anything you see in the green or orange will only be natural rainfall.
Okay.
So the orange is what Jonathan was pointing out is where they found it. The green is a buffer for, if everyone wasn't aware, but it is very specific. Our designs, working with Layla's team on the planning, specifically reroute the drainage from, and I'd be honest with you, moving Red Tail Parkway helped us. Putting it over there allows me to put larger pipes in there and move it. All of it goes around it and goes into the pond that you currently see that's out in the field now, going to what Jonathan was talking about, where there's the easement for it, because there was cleanup across the property line you asked. So that pond will then turn around and interact, and we worked this out with CDPHE and the town staff when this was being done, because you had asked about the review process.
Right.
And in David's defense, he wasn't here at the time when the plans were going through, but he came in at the end. So we will not have, that is a requirement that Geosyntec and Luke could talk about if you needed to. You're not allowed to take anything over it other than it was historic. Now, we can't have any developed flow. It has to just be natural rain runoff by Mother Nature.
Okay. Yep, thank you. Appreciate that.
Maybe he's
All right.
bringing up a picture. No picture?
Good.
No, I mean, oh, somebody's bringing it.
It should be in there. Chris LaRue, Town of Erie, Principal Planner. So the question is, what do we do with the spine trail and what's the protection? My understanding is that there'll be a fence in place with signage. I forget how often, and there's also a detail of the message on the sign about not allowing people in. So there's a physical barrier or the fence, and then the signage to warn them off. And David, was there anything else to add on that?
The signs are part of the CDPHE.
Okay.
Yeah, the signage is part of the closure plan as dictated by the state. And the verbiage on there says, I believe, environmentally sensitive area, no trespassing, keep out. And I'm pretty sure, since that's part of the state's requirement, that signage will be required regardless of council's action today.
Okay.
Can I follow
Yep,
up with that
go ahead.
for 1 second, if you don't mind? I've just pulled up a picture on the screen here that shows a kind of how that roadway, that's County Road 5 that you're looking at there, and if you look at the left,
Yeah.
is the open rail fence.
Okay.
And then, as you can see, and then the spine trail outside of that, and then part of the roadway itself. So in this instance, the spine trail will actually need to be part of the road.
Okay.
Road section.
Yep.
Is how that would work.
Excellent. And then secondary to that, and kind of similarly, for the walking trails that are in the setback area for the oil and gas, that I think there's some on the northern side of that, and then around on the southern side. So again, can you talk about just kind of the protections of the oil and gas site to, again, just thinking about kids, thinking they're going to shortcut through there or whatnot.
Sure. I will point out that there's extensive landscaping, berming, vegetation, et cetera, to try to the degree possible, limit the overall visual impact of the oil and gas facility here. I'd love to see that around a lot of the other oil and gas sites around town that are quite the eyesore. But it is not at all uncommon to have walking trails in proximity to these oil and gas sites. The site is fenced with a 6-7 foot tall steel fence to keep people out of there.
Yep. Okay. Thanks. Last question.
Hold on one second.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to emphasize
Yeah.
something. I mean, these plans are not final. We have a final plat to review.
Sure,
So
yeah.
we're going to need to take a harder look at the designs that they're proposing and what those are going to look like and what safety things are in play. So I just wanted to note that. That's something we need to look further into. But yeah, oil and gas sites are required to be fenced. And
Okay. Yep. Thanks. Yeah, last question here. With regard to the 100,000 to go towards traffic mitigation, can you briefly explain in the negotiations how you came to that figure? What is the general thought around that intersection and why we're doing this?
It was a function of our percentage of what a traffic signal would cost at that intersection. Again, there isn't a warrant for it, so we're kind of making it up, but that would have been our obligation if we had to put one in. And then, of course, dollars would fund it from the others. Now, the one issue is the other side is, not going to be developed probably anytime soon. So, but that's also probably one of the reasons why the warrant isn't there as well. So,
Yep. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, I'll come over to Councilmember Bear.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation. So my first question will be for the town attorney. The Rule 106 claim in the amended complaint kind of draws question about whether council can consider health and safety as in this application. Can this body consider health, safety, welfare for our residents in our decisions as directed by the UDC?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, is it where in the 106 is the health, safety, welfare, or?
I'm sorry, it's in the UDC, the requirements. Are we permitted or is it our duty to consider health, safety, welfare of our residents in our decision making?
This body has a general duty to provide for the health, safety, and welfare of the community. So I think that given that it's part of the UDC, it is something that the council could give the weight it finds due.
Thank you. Let's see. Some of my questions have been answered, so I'm going to go through and try not to repeat. So let's see. I just wanted to reiterate, I asked the question earlier, and thank you for responding about the bifurcation of the 106 from the takings claim. 106 would be considered separately from the takings claim unless we approve this settlement agreement this evening. That would settle both, right?
That is correct. In the litigation, the 106 claim is going first, and it is separate from the takings claim.
Okay. Let's see. I'm curious about, given that Stratus has sued IBM and the former landowners over the toxic waste dumping in 2019, the lawsuit was filed. Were there any admissions made during those lawsuits that would improve the town's standings in either of these?
That is an excellent question, and one I don't unfortunately have the background on. If you'd give me a minute, I can see about getting some background, but I'm not sure I'll be able to.
Okay. Mr. Foster, what was the outcome of the lawsuit against IBM?
I'll let
John. Excuse me, that lawsuit was settled in a global settlement with the Pratt family and IBM, and it was done pursuant to a confidential settlement agreement.
So it was, you can't disclose what was agreed to or terms or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Councilmember Bear, if I may, then I do not think that we will be able to get an answer. If this settlement is confidential, it's probably not available for us to evaluate.
Okay. Online, I Googled, and from the lawsuit against IBM, during the facts of what the judge had written in 2022, plaintiff excavated 1,145 drums from the property, 12 of which were intact. The remainder of the drums had degraded enough that their contents leaked into the soil. That's the end quote. So I've seen varying estimates on the volumes of toxic waste that were spilled on this site, somewhere between 60,000 and 84,000. So during the June 25th hearing here in Erie, and the Rule 106 claim is concerning that hearing, the plaintiff stated that illegally dumped toxic waste remains on site, and that it would not or could not be removed entirely, and that instead it would be covered with dirt and erect signage, which we've heard again tonight, designating the land environmentally sensitive. Does that all still sound correct?
There were soils that were contaminated that were left on site only at the basically state of Colorado and EPA authorized what needed to come off at what levels, what stayed on at what levels. Those were not decisions made by Stratus or the consultants. We obviously discussed that with the state, but they were the arbiters of what stayed on and what came off.
Okay. So we know from environmental reports that the contaminants have moved from and into the southernmost point of the property along that, I think you call it the draw in the report.
Yes.
So showing that they can have moved and in fact have migrated. So how much more can the contaminants migrate?
Well, we've now been, so the contamination that we're concerned about didn't really move in the soils. It moved in the groundwater. And so we've been monitoring along the draw, if you will, and have been watching on a consistent basis the levels of contamination decline to the point where on the west end we have, a well that's our point of compliance, is what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
And that point of compliance is showing non-detect for any of the contaminants that we found mostly in the far northeast part of that. That's where the work area was the northeast corner of that.
Right. And I did want to bring up the aerial photos. I looked at those in the report. There were 5 included between 1969 and 2014.
I think that there were some from before that.
There were, but 5 between what we suspect
Yes.
was the contamination period.
Well, actually, the contamination period was 65 to 69, because I think Weld County shut the facility down in 69.
Okay. Can we be certain that those 5 pictures have captured the history of that section of the landfill?
Those 5 pictures, that's how environmental consultants do their work, is they look at those and see what the disturbance is. I mean, I've been looking at it long enough, I can see where the disturbance was.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, so do we know how the contaminants will migrate given new hardscape parks, manicured and managed parks, sidewalks, streets, and irrigated landscape?
We don't have any contaminants in those areas. The
So we-
contaminants are in the orange area, rolling underneath the green area, out the west side of the orange area.
And they have migrated in the water.
But yes,
And
and
so
I think Councilman Barrell asked that question. And the groundwater moves from northeast to southwest. And there is a ledge, if you will, a high point between that area and the residential area.
And so you're saying that barrier will prevent any contaminants or solvents of any kind from ever going into a neighborhood or interacting with new hardscape, irrigated landscape?
We haven't found any contamination along that line. And we're putting in these sentinel wells as well, these 4 sentinel wells.
Yes. Okay, I have questions about those. So the CDPHE was quoted in 2018 in an interview saying that if the soil or the contaminants are not removed, no human should ever encounter them. So I'm curious about the migration, about construction, specifically on the spine trail, and how construction could commence to any expansion of the road or road improvements or the construction of the spine trail along that northeast corner that goes directly over the contamination site.
I don't believe any construction will be that spine trail will be, I think there's a road, it's going to be outside outside of that area.
Outside on the road.
Yeah. It's a road modification or something.
Correct.
That's getting into an area that I'm not.
Okay.
So I can zoom in on this for you. So what you're looking at, if you're looking at the screen here, you've got the edge of the environment. So that line that's kind of underneath there, that's the orange line that you see on the maps. A fence, and then the spine trail with a 2.5 foot clear zone from the fence itself over to the spine trail. So
Okay.
it will not be.
So then do we scoot the road over?
Yeah, we'll have to work with staff on how that road gets modified, but yes.
Okay. So this proposal includes an additional 45 homes once the 6 KPK wells are plugged and abandoned in the center of the neighborhood, the SRC Pratt number 3429D site. Plugging those wells recognizes that there is a problem with them, and there are 5 oil and gas sites located on this land owned by Stratus. And I recognize that earlier you said they are off-site, but I consulted with Kendra and was instructed that we can consider all of the cumulative impacts that impact this neighborhood, including the other 4 sites scattered around, including Waste Connections and Pratt on the east side, and then the other site that's up north, closer to the toxic waste spill site. So the prioritized plug and abandon of the 6 KPK wells illustrates that they are a concern. Among the complete 5 sites, there are an additional 11 wells on the property that are categorized by the ECMC as low producing and are candidates for immediate plug and abandonment. And then there's 13 other wells that are approaching that, or I guess low producing. And since we know that plugging and abandoning is a very emissive process, I'd like to hear about what the plan is for plugging and abandoning those wells, should there be a neighborhood adjacent to them.
Joe, I'm going to ask you to come up in just a sec. Well, start coming up. Yeah, start coming up. I want to first just maybe answer a question that wasn't really a question. We don't recognize that the KPK wells are a concern. You did, and that was your ask that we plug and abandon those wells. And we're okay doing that. But we had an approval through Planning Commission. We were 500 feet away from those wells, and this is part of the agreement. This is part of the settlement that we would plug and abandon. But that's not, and I just want to be clear, that's not an acknowledgement that we believe that those are wells that are a concern. We think it's a better project without them there, but I just want to make sure that the representation you made is not a representation that we've made.
Okay, so to be clear, you don't think the oil and gas wells in the center of the neighborhood are a health concern?
No, and you have identified that oil and gas wells can exist within residential neighborhoods with a 500-foot buffer. That's what you've done, and we followed that. Do you want to talk to what it means to plug and abandon a well? We're not planning to do it with residents there, but maybe you can speak to the plug and abandon and introduce yourself.
Certainly. Joe Pershallow with Wellborn, Sullivan, Mecantuli on behalf of Stratus. I'm outside counsel, work in the oil and gas space. I'm not sure if I understand the question exactly. I heard emissive with respect to plugging and abandonment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what that means. Can you?
Yes, when there are certain operations when dealing with oil and gas wells, fracking, flowback, and then again at liquids unloading, and then when you plug and abandon, it's emissive in that there are materials, gases, fluids that come up and that enter the atmosphere, and that it is documented that people suffer negative health impacts when they're exposed to
Sure.
those emissions.
Okay, I think I understand your question. It sounds like certainly there's emissions involved with various stages of oil and gas operations, but at the plugging and abandonment stage, there's not. This is where the well is going to be closed. I can't speak to every element of the physical process of it, but the way it happens is there's a form that is filed with the state. The state has rules and regulations on the process, how it's to be done. The well bore itself, what is underground, is all analyzed, determine what is the best way of plugging the well, ensuring that there's plugs set in place, cemented in place, so that there are no emissions that are coming up after the well is plugged and abandoned. So I just, there's not really a stage in this process where you're going to have emissions like you would with flowback. That helps.
Kind of. So there is no plan for plugging the 13 other wells or the 11 that are currently eligible for plugging and abandoning.
The plan is to plug the 6 KPK wells. Whether other wells are eligible for plugging and abandonment, I don't think that's an accurate statement.
Okay. Okay, I do have some questions about the roundabout and the traffic light. In our supplemental budget last week, we approved an expense for an $856,000 stoplight, traffic light. So I do have concerns that 100,000 may be woefully inadequate.
Yeah, I think that's the hard part. I think what David had presented before. You have a current business entity on one side that's not going to participate. Unfortunately, unless you guys can force them, right? If you look at your own transportation plans that is posted online, you guys have the figures here. And I think this is figure 25 from your 2050 transportation numbers. The numbers show roughly in that area about 30, this is the town's 2050 plan, and we're below it. It's 3848 or 3648 on County Road 5, ultimately, when it's built out. I don't know how, I think David's right. If you look at the actual master plan that the town has in place, staff put together, you have Westerly, you have Colliers, the piece Lennar is doing, and I just drove by it again. I drive up here quite a bit, and everyone goes to that grocery store. I mean, let's be honest, they all leave from there and go to the grocery store down County Road 5 or around. And I think one of the things that probably should have been done on that long range, and David's right, the amount of money, it's probably 3-4 applicants is what we were thinking it was. They're about 400,000. Technically, if you can do it, you're better off putting a roundabout. But the traffic signal from a percentage-wise, if you look at our volumes relative to the other ones that are participating in it, and that's based on the town's own numbers, it is about a quarter of us. So I don't know how to address that for you as far as where the rest of the money comes from. But a full-blown traffic signal, depending on the type of road classification county road is, it'd probably be in the $300,000 to $400,000 range.
Okay. Let's see. So when we look at the additional groundwater monitoring, so the CDPHE is the requiring body for that. Is that correct?
Actually not. Those additional groundwater monitoring wells were raised by your town staff, and we agreed to put those in. Those wells are located outside of the facility boundary. The facility boundary where the monitoring is occurring on behalf of CDPHE is the green, inside the green, inside the fence, if you will, because that's where the fence will go. But those 4 wells were asked for, and we agreed to put in.
So, how long and who will be paying for those 4 wells and the monitoring and all the associated maintenance and all that stuff?
Well, the wells, I can't remember what the schedule was, but I think we're doing it at, what's that?
Come up to the microphones. Thanks, David.
I don't remember the exact details, but I want to say they're pretty small monitor wells. They're about 2 inch, I think.
Yeah, and once those wells are set, I think we will be monitoring them at the same time that we monitor the other wells that are out there, because we will be out there doing it. And it's if they have water in them, it's not a big, compared to whatever else we're doing on that property, is a low cost.
Okay, so we will be out there monitoring them, Red Tail Ranch or your
Red Tail
firm,
Ranch
or-
Red Tail Ranch will be monitoring
Okay,
those wells.
for the duration of the neighborhood, or 30 years, or?
No, go ahead.
That is a discussion if and when we get to a development agreement as to how those wells will be monitored and the security that the town will require.
Okay.
So that's an important detail to negotiate with the community.
Okay, and so another important detail is what happens if it pings in 15 years?
If there
There's
should be
contaminants.
contaminant,
Mhm.
what
If
happens?
If there's contamination, there'll have to be, it'll either have to be addressed or it'll have to be dealt with.
By who?
By who?
By whom? Mhm.
Stratus Red Tail, the owner of, or whoever the owner of that property is.
Will there be some kind of assurances for the community around that you'll be there to address that, or to remediate, or to be financially legally liable?
Yeah, I think that's part of the development agreement provisions that'll have to be negotiated with staff in the town.
Let's see. I think, let's see. The bond that you mentioned earlier about Red Tail Ranch needing to renew next May, I'm sorry, I missed the number, 1.3
I think it's about 1.3 million.
million? Okay. Who will ultimately pay for that? Is that a bond that is like passed on to residents through the Metro District, or
No,
does Red Tail?
At this point, Red Tail is obligated under the consent order to provide that bond.
And we'll never put that onto residents?
Never say never, but that bond, I mean, under the consent order is with this state of Colorado and Stratus Red Tail Ranch. Stratus Red Tail Ranch, in order to comply with the consent order, will be required to provide some sort of bonding.
Okay, thank you.
You're good?
Yeah.
Councilmember Mortellaro.
Okay. Thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate it. I think it's important. I know town manager mentioned it early on. This is not the approval of a preliminary plat. This is tonight we approve or deny a settlement agreement between Stratus and the town of Erie for denying the preliminary plat. So the Stratus is suing the town of Erie for $23 million plus loss of profit, amount to be proven at trial. So I want that's important that we get that out there. So, Malcolm, if the town of Erie loses the lawsuit, where would the money for the repayment of this come from?
It would have to come from the general fund.
Okay, thank you. So there's been a lot of talk about
Approval or rejection of the settlement agreement, which includes approving the preliminary plat.
Okay, thanks. And it was mentioned that at the time of the preliminary plat, that the setback was 350 feet. Our UDC has now been changed, right, to 500 feet. Stratus isn't obligated to that because of the timing, but have volunteered, correct?
That's correct. The preliminary plat includes setbacks of 500 feet from the wells that would remain on the site.
Anything that's operational.
Correct.
Right, okay. Thank you. Let's see. And the KPK wells be plugged and abandoned, and you mentioned that will be done before final plat. So thanks. On the groundwater, there's currently 14 in place, is that correct? 14. Ground well monitoring?
The number of 13 or 14
Okay.
groundwater wells on site.
And what are the results that you're seeing from that?
We're seeing, we've got exceedances of groundwater standards at the work area, which again is up in the northeast section.
Okay.
As we move towards the southwest, those exceedances disappear, and at the border, at our point of compliance well that I mentioned earlier, which is at the southwest corner of the property, it's non-detect.
Okay. And those are required based on Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And did you say that they're required to monitor them for 30 years?
It's 30 years of monitoring required.
Okay, thank you. And then the 4 additional ones were locations that staff provided, and then you'll continue to monitor those, and then the final, how long they'll be monitored will be in the development agreement.
Actually, yes, staff and Geosyntec met or talked about the locations of those wells and decided on those locations.
Okay. And then, yeah, it was mentioned that the around the orange and green area will be a fenced-in area with signs every 300 feet.
Yes.
Identifying it as a sensitive environmental site.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So does the preliminary plat comply with our UDC and town standards?
Based on staff's review, it does.
Okay. Thank you. I think all my other questions have been answered, so I appreciate it.
All right, Councilor Hoback.
Thank you. Apologies for my late arrival. I was detained unavoidably. But I have been through all the materials, watched some of it online, and I've been through this a few times. Just a couple of quick questions. Mr. Foster, is that right? Or,
it's me.
I'm sorry, no.
Sealer.
Sealer, sorry. There was been a lot of discussion about the groundwater, and you indicated that the contamination, if it migrates, it tends to migrate down the draw, correct?
Correct.
And to this point, nothing's been found on the property where there is expected to be building, right?
Correct.
Plat. You haven't done any digging massive earth movements like happen in building developments, though, have you?
On the residential property?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So my concern is that some very big, deep holes, broad holes get dug and refilled, compacted, and that could impact the groundwater.
Yeah.
So, actually, well, it goes to the,
get up to the microphone.
Oh, okay. It goes to the digging question. It's a great question. So, Layla, do you have a pointer? Can you point right here? And Dave,
Maybe.
I remember this where we had to use the borrow site.
Maybe.
Right in this general area. We worked with the state on that with CDPHE, so it is directly to the south. I think this might go to your question too about that. We dug about a 20-foot deep hole, borrow area, and there was nothing. I don't know if people were aware of their constituents. We dug a massive amount because that site took about 250, 300,000 yards of dirt. So we're going to have to rework our site plan to get this to balance. But we dug significantly along that area in spots. when it was done, because that had to be put in, and this is going to sound strange, and Geocinta can apply to this. We had to take extra dirt, but it had to be placed in loosely because of an aspect that's done with this called evapotranspiration, if I'm saying that right, Luke? Thank you. So we took a lot of dirt out, and we did dig down 20 plus feet, well below a basement elevation, and nothing was found, no contamination, nothing, anything in that area. And CDPHE, and Luke was out there in the field the whole time, I think David saw that. CDPHE had an inspector on site the whole time this was going on for the most part, so they would have pointed out something if they saw it.
Okay, thank you. Director Frank, if you don't mind. This property was evaluated as part of the Draco approval, was it not? As an alternative site?
Yeah, this is alternative location number 4 and 4A as proposed.
Right. And the CDHP, what's their terminology for this, the green and orange area?
The exclusion zone.
I'm sorry?
I think it's the exclusion zone.
Exclusion zone.
Exclusive.
It's
yeah.
actually.
Yeah, you know the technical term.
It's actually called a restricted area.
Oh, yeah.
There's a covenant on that property that you're
That's
not
the
allowed to
term
do
I
certain
thought I
things.
heard during the Draco hearing, yes. And there are concerns, there are restrictions on the amount of water that can go over that outside of normal rainfall. Is that correct?
Yeah, you basically can't have off-site water runoff enter that area.
Right.
So whatever falls from the sky, okay, nothing else.
Okay. If that were to occur, whether planned or some strange event, what would the consequences be? Would there potentially be any additional remediation necessary?
I mean, you can speak to that a bit, but
If what were to occur?
excessive
There
runoff
was-
from adjacent property.
Brett?
So the site is set up, you're correct. You're correct. Everything in there, and I think I mentioned this earlier for Connor and Bill. The site is set up because that's that natural draw ravine. It is set up, and the way we've developed this with Layla's team on the planning is everything's going to be off that site. We have to pipe it, we have to take it off. The only way, technically, that could happen, and I use the term that's used in the state, is the 100-year event act of God. And there isn't much you can do about that. I mean, I think the engineers in the room would probably justify that too. You can't. I mean, the criteria is designed. The pipe and setup we're going to do with inside the road will convey a majority of that, so the chance of it happening is slim. Not saying it couldn't, because someone had brought up, I think you did 2013. We all know how bad that event was across the state for everybody. That can happen. It's 1 in 100-year chance, though. I mean, that was more like a 200-year event, actually, when you look at the flow data. But there should not happen. That is actually, I think that's in the requirement, the consent, the plans that were approved. We can't take anything across that at all. It's just Mother Nature.
Okay. But
The other thing I would point out is that the order would require the Stratus to remediate, to kind of rebuild everything if that were to occur. So the order locks the Stratus, who's the current person under the order, to do whatever it takes.
And I guess my concern is that it would happen at all, because that requires moving that dirt, and there's contamination. We know there's contamination on that property, and that would be disruptive. So that's exactly my concern. So thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Nope.
Yeah. So yes, it's we've been referring to it as a sensitive environmental site. That sounds like protected wildlife, and it's not. It's a restricted area for very good reason. I'm sorry, Director Frank. One more question. With respect to the property as a whole, if help me out if I'm not saying this correctly, but I believe it was quoted that the EnviroScreen score on air toxins. As this property exists, the emission rank was in the 96th percentile?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
You're proximal to several oil and gas operations, as well as 2 former and 1 active landfill.
Right. So, okay, that's all I need. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay, thank you. It's back to me. I think this is always a dilemma when we've got the unknown about what the future may hold, and it's easy to go to the worst case scenario, or maybe not even the worst case, but a bad scenario, weighing that against all the laws and regulations that we must follow. When I say we must follow, although we're not in a quasi-judicial discussion right now, in essence we are, in the sense that we're being asked to approve the preliminary plat as part of the settlement agreement, which was a QJ, which means we have to look at objective criteria and we have to judge the development against that. So my first question is for town staff, and Dr. Franks, we may involve you, but I'm going to go to our town manager first and just ask the question.
No doctor, just director.
Why did you recommend to the Planning Commission, who approved this 7-0, and to the council, who rejected it 4-1, why did you recommend approval?
Because it satisfied all the criteria, applicable criteria in the town code for proposed developments.
So from a legal and a operational perspective?
Yes.
Okay, and then Dr. Frank, I want to follow up on the question that Councilmember Hobeck asked. This 96.7%, I've never internalized that. What is that exactly?
So yeah, that's part of the EnviroScreen tool that the state put together as part of their environmental justice initiative, essentially looking at proximity to overall emission sources, be those I-25, the Suncor refinery, these oil and gas operations, and then making some quantification of compare this location to 100 others, you're going to have about 5 worse.
All right, and legally, can we reject this based upon that score?
I'm not a lawyer.
But we have one in the room. Actually, we have about 10 in the room.
I was going
right
to say
now.
there's at least a handful of us.
So I'll look to our town attorney, Ms. Meng.
The challenge for this is that you are considering a settlement agreement and not considering it through the normal preliminary plat process. So at this point, I would concur with the town manager. According to staff, this meets our UDC code, and so it is appropriate for you to approve if you deem it, if you accept the if you accept the staff recommendation.
And if this were a quasi-judicial hearing on the preliminary plat, should we use the score that Dr. Frank just shared with us as a criteria to reject this development legally?
I don't believe that's part of the UDC. Chris, hot seat. Sorry about that. Could you help me out with the UDC criteria? I don't believe it's part of the UDC criteria.
Yes, I believe that's correct. It's not part of the findings of fact that we review. A little unfamiliar with the science behind exactly what he was describing, but I was giving it a quick look just to make sure. I mean, there's some subjective sort of items in there that you can consider, but most of them are talk about compliance, comp plan, and zoning, federal, state regulations.
How about
There's
we do-
nothing specific to that I could point to.
So what I'm getting at here is, although we have a number, and that number doesn't sound good, can we use that in our decision-making process? And if I'm understanding you, for the criteria where we're acting as judges, we cannot use that. Is that a true
Well,
statement?
I don't know 100% on that. Let me just look through these really quick. And
How about we do this? How about I let you go back and look through them, and then I'll call you back up because I have a number of
that
other
sounds
questions.
good. It'll just take me a few minutes to zip through them and sort of think about it.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, this one is for the developer. This property, when you bought the land, like all of us, we had no idea this was there. Is that a correct statement?
We knew the landfills were there. We knew oil and gas operations were there. This site that was discovered in 2018, we did not.
And with that, would have you have built on that land had this never been found? Would the footprint of your development have gone into that particular piece of land?
Sorry.
Gotta come up, yeah. Otherwise, what they're gonna hear on the tape is brr, 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 brr.
Layla had in the exhibit, I don't recall us being up in that area on the original one.
2020?
Yeah, in the 2021, we did not. And I actually, going back prior to that, because I've been on it since the beginning in 10 years, we didn't, actually what the town did have over there was a request for open space. And at that time, the regional trail was there, i.e. why it's now attached to the roadway, because your guys' master plan trying to stay within conformance of it. That whole area was to be, and I'm probably dating myself, some of you may know this, but I think the trash facility to the north was looked at as having trails on top of it now that's capped, and it was part of that comp design at the time, 10, 11 years ago. But no, at the time it did not. We did not have homes over there. We did not have the road over there, though. We had homes backing up to it.
Okay, got it. So this was never planned to be built on through the history of this project. So this creates another dilemma for those of us that have to make this very difficult decision. If there is a risk of health, where does that risk really start? Because could I say that risk is in Vista Ridge, where we've had homes for 20-some years? Does it go up 3 houses into Red Tail Ranch, 10 houses, 20, 30, 40, 50? And I don't think any of us can answer that question other than to say that the state and the EPA, if I'm understanding correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, they have said that the mitigation has happened. There are no restrictions to building homes on this particular piece of land.
Mr. Mayor, that's exactly correct. And actually, the one point that I've kind of ended up focusing so much attention on is from page 8, the conclusion that was reached by the consultants and the scientists was that this particular residential property has been studied more than any other property, and it's clean. And you're right. I mean, we all hope that the property that everybody lives on is clean. I lived in Lowry, by the way, and it was after people were already in there that they found asbestos, friable asbestos, and that created a certain, issue. And those are some realities. But from everything that we know about the site today, because of what happened in 2018, this is the most reviewed site that our consultants have seen in this community and actually from their report anywhere.
All right, thank you. My other concern is that who actually owns this and takes care of it for 30 years? And I think we've been dancing around that issue a little bit. I think Councilmember Baird answered the question. I don't want the Metro District owning this. And so if it comes to the final plat and there is language that takes this from the owner of the property today and puts it on the housing development, I mean, I don't know how I could ever approve the final plat when we get to that. And I'm looking to our town manager. I'm assuming it will be in the final plat that we would have the language that actually spells out who does the monitoring, who's responsible for the mitigation and all that. Is that a true statement?
I think it would be the development agreement and the final plat.
Okay, so we have another bite at the apple.
The council approves the development agreement, yes.
Yep. Metro districts are a sore point throughout this town for many different reasons. And I could just see 10 years from now, the houses are all in there. There is some detection. And now all of a sudden we have homeowners that are trying to contend with this. And that's just not cool. I could segment out this land, the land that the IBM site, the toxic site was on. I could segment that out in my brain, but somebody's got to own it and control it. And so I don't know if you have a thought about that one way or the other.
Your point is a good one. We will need to give some thought to that. And as it relates to the bond, there are other mechanisms for security that, would exist beyond, an annual, and I'm talking about a letter of credit or cash even, to satisfy the length of time. I really appreciate your sharing with us what your concerns are so that we can, if in fact this is approved tonight, we can begin to think about that and then work with your staff to come up with, this isn't the first time for this kind of scenario, so we'll find a solution that will meet your approval.
And so, okay, and I think the dilemma that I'm faced with, and I think all of us are faced with, is we're facing a $23 million plus lawsuit, and some can say that's bullying, that you're pushing us into a corner, right? All that stuff. I'm a business person, right? There's an investment, and I get the taking claim. Whether you'll prevail or not if we don't approve of this, I don't know, but I do know that we'll spend a lot of money litigating it one way or the other. So that's got to be a factor that is considered in this as well. Hence why I'm asking these other questions on, can we deny on certain things legally? Because that's probably where these cases are going if we don't approve this tonight. Other things that I'll want to see if the settlement does get approved tonight, transportation is a problem in this town. It's the number one item on our surveys with traffic flows and keeping things move. And so when Councilmember O'Connor brought up the roundabout on the west side, I think I have an expectation that you'll work with staff to upgrade that so that we have the right flows and we don't have a dated roundabout that can't handle what's needed. And then on the Road 5 side, same thing. I'm a proponent of roundabouts. I'm not shy about saying that. They're expensive, just like streetlights are expensive, and I understand the warrants. I'll definitely want to work with transportation to say, what can we do there? And understanding the landfill to the east probably won't participate, not at least normally. But we have work to do with the landfill too, to talk about other road realignments. So we may have some way to figure that out in the future if this does go forward. So the wells to the west. First off, I appreciate you plugging the wells that are old, right? If Dr. Franks has helped us understand, right, the different. No, they're not plugging the old ones?
No,
just
he's not a
Mr.
doctor.
No doctor.
Oh, no doctor. I'm picking up on.
You keep giving him a field promotion.
That's like pedestal. From now on, you're just going to be known as doctor. Okay,
Well,
let's go.
my initials are Dr. Frank, so kind of. Just no official.
Mr. Franks. So on the wells that they are plugging and abandoning, they're the older ones.
There's two older pads out there that are operated by KP Kaufman. There's this one, and then there's also the southern of the two western pads are also these older legacy wells that produce very little, have on-site tanks that store the crude oil, etc.
And those are the ones that are not being removed at this point in time, correct?
Correct.
So this is another item in the final plat that, along the lines of Councilmember Bear, if this goes forward, I want to get the tanks out of there. All these things that we hear about that are bad, right? It's close enough that if we're plugging them in the middle of the property, then I'd want to look at getting that into the final plat to plug the ones on the edge of the property, even though you don't own that property. I'll see if we have an answer yet on whether we can take into consideration the score of 90, whatever it was, 798.
So, to use it specifically, no, it's not cited in the findings of fact. There are a couple of sort of broad things that are listed in there. Sorry, I was looking up something else. Now I have to go back. And I can just highlight those briefly for you, but I think they're pretty broad. And then you also have to look at the sum of all of the findings for a preliminary plat. I don't know that they necessarily always have to meet all of them. So there was one in particular, this is in 1077, regarding findings of fact for preliminary plats. They're under their letter I, it talks about adequate and sufficient public safety, transportation, utility facilities, services, recreation, etc. I guess it could potentially fall under public safety. And then F talks about the subdivision will not result in significant adverse impacts on the natural environment, including air, water, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, vegetation, etc. That has to do with the subdivision itself causing these things. I'm having difficulty like specifically taking an empirical number and plugging it in. It doesn't fit neatly.
Okay, I think I have enough, right? I think about this in terms of the lawsuit, right? And if we're trying to litigate it, and there isn't something concrete, obviously that'll be part of the debate and discussion. If you would have come back and said, "Oh yeah, item XYZ says you have to do this," then it becomes more concrete. But I'm not hearing that.
Yeah, I'm struggling with that.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me bring it back and officially close the public comment, and then we'll bring it back to board deliberation. Any comments anybody would like to make? Councilmember O'Connor.
I had a few more questions.
Oh, okay.
That just
Well, let's
came
do
up.
it through the, since I
Okay.
closed the public hearing, let's just do it through the deliberation.
Sounds good.
So you have the floor.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Pardon me. So regarding County Road 5 and the spine trail, how much of that road is going to need to be realigned, and who's going to pay for that?
So the roadway improvements on County Road 5 are part of the obligations for this development. So we would work with staff on figuring out exactly how that alignment works, and then we pay our portion of share, or we pay for our half of getting that road built.
Like to the center line of the road?
Mhm.
Who pays for the other side?
That is the obligation of the adjacent property owner of that piece of property.
Does the is the adjacent property owner
The landfill, in this instance.
the landfill?
It's the landfill, yeah. That's just the way the code is written. You're half up to your property line.
Sure. And Mr. Fleming, is the landfill going to be participating in this upgrade to the road?
I'll refer to Chris on that, how they typically involve the other adjacent landowners or benefiting properties.
I'm not aware of their involvement as it relates to the Red Tail Ranch project. We are working with them for other matters. There is an application in for zoning, so I don't know how much of that we can discuss being a quasi-judicial matter, but perhaps there's opportunities to explore. I guess I could leave it at that. We'll take note too and make sure we look into that some more.
It goes on my list of another final plat, development agreement item.
And maybe that's where this thought of how will the new homeowners be notified of what has happened on the land, and will the those who purchase the homes after also be notified the same way?
You can back up, Chris.
Well, typically, that has been handled privately through closings that owners, when they sell, are required to disclose any of those things as part of, I mean, it's a lot of papers, right, when you close, but it would be one of those disclosure statements. There's no requirement from the town for it at this point.
I'm looking to our town manager. I think that's another thing in the development agreement and the final plat, that just like the airport, right? I think the town does have a requirement that you have to disclose that you're moving in by the airport. Is that a true statement?
We require plat notes to give notice of proximity to airport. Again, if there's a signed statement, we don't require that in their closing documents. That comes through.
But can we require it?
So that's a good question. We had in the past required those, sometimes they were exhibits and DAs. Those have been eliminated a while ago as something that the town shouldn't be doing. I don't know currently where we might stand with that. It seems like we could talk about it some more.
So that'll, at least with me, that would be a discussion item in the future. Right, keep going.
For the wells on the west side, west of the property, who owns that land that those wells are sitting on?
That's on a separately owned parcel by the same owner, but it's a different
parcel.
It's a different parcel. Yeah.
So they're, in theory, if
We know the owner.
Yeah, your client is the owner.
Yes.
So there wouldn't be landowner issues if there was desire to look to plug and abandon those wells.
You've made that a point for our consideration. We hear you. We know the owner, and we'll see if that's something we can do. I don't feel comfortable, as you can imagine, negotiating something beyond what the settlement is.
Sure.
But we have been taking notes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other deliberations within the council here? Councilmember Hoback.
Yeah, so a lot has been made of the UDC and what we can and can't do. And we absolutely can use the UDC. The general purpose of the UDC is the promotion of health, safety, and general welfare of the town of Erie. It also has a specific purpose, number 3, to ensure greater public safety and accessibility through quality, physical design, and location of land use activities. The UDC never addresses every potential aspect of the criteria. I don't think that specifically states, every chemical concentration in the water or in the dirt. So absolutely, we can use the fact that the air quality on this land is in the 96th percentile of air quality toxins.
So I hear you, Councilmember Hoback, but I'm not seeing our town manager, our town attorney, our planning staff, anybody concur. And so this is the dilemma.
It's our job. It's our role to make difficult decisions. And sometimes that means overriding and disagreeing with town staff. And I am making that stand. I am disagreeing with the application of the criteria made by town staff. And that's our role.
Councilmember Bear.
Thank you. I have some thoughts on that. So the approval criteria in Title 10, Chapter 7.7.d.2 is a preliminary plat may be approved only if the town council finds that all of the following criteria have been met, and then it goes on to list A through J. And so 10.7.7.d.2.c says the general layout of lots, streets, driveways, utilities, drainage, facilities, and other services within the proposed subdivision is designed to meet the town's standards related to health and safety in a way, ... that otherwise accomplishes the purpose and intent of this UDC, which directs us back to Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the UDC, and that's the purpose of the title, which is 10.1.3.a. This UDC has as its general purpose the promotion of health, safety, and general welfare of the town of Erie. So to Councilmember Hoback's point, it rests solely on the council. It is our responsibility to look at a development beyond just the the legal requirements and look at the moral and ethical requirements as well. That is actually called out in the Title 10 as well, the moral responsibility. So with that in mind, if we look at the approval criteria, F calls out the subdivision will not result in negatively impacting the air quality, water quality, etc. Concerns that there will be significant negative impacts. And so I don't think that we can guarantee there would not be significant negative impacts from this development should the soil be disturbed. I do have concerns about the spine trail construction, road construction that abuts that space right there. And I have to admit, it was very alarming to hear from the applicant or the plaintiff that you don't believe that oil and gas sites are concerning for the development or for the residents that live there, when these two sites are the most complained about negative health impact sites in the state. And it's documented. And we have seen in our adjacent neighboring neighborhoods, our residents, our families have suffered negative health impacts. And so it is so important that this council keep that front of mind from the emails that we've received and conversations that we've had and the relationships that we have. And we know of the people who have suffered living next to the site and have been told that their conditions are likely due to environmental exposure. Another of the approval criteria is G, the subdivision shall be integrated and connected. That comes back to my concerns about the spine trail and construction to make that connection through the toxic waste area. And then the statement on page 8 of the conclusions in the environmental report by Geosyntect. It doesn't hold them financially liable or legally liable should anything other than their claims prove true. If the contaminants migrate through the groundwater or through development, or if negative health impacts are experienced. And so there would have to be some kind of certainty for residents through the notification process and ongoing, some kind of certainty that these things won't come up. They include installation of radon fans. Are we sure that the VOCs are at a density that radon fans are adequate? I'm not. I did not see anything that addressed that. Let's see. And then the monitoring of groundwater and soil vapors. I do have concerns about that because monitoring is one thing and then actively correcting anything that comes up is another concern I have. So we may know that the contaminants have seeped or moved eventually, and then who is responsible. So I see all that has been done on this site, and I do feel that there is still more to do. And I think that that is borne out by the fact that the 6 KPK wells in the middle of the neighborhood, they're offering to plug and abandon those. And there's some directly adjacent that are also have the same number of tanks. I believe it's the same number of wells, has the same infrastructure. And so the only difference is that it would not facilitate the inclusion of more housing on this site. And so I believe that's likely why it wasn't included. But I think there's more that can be done to ensure the safety of residents, whether they lived in Red Tail or in the surrounding neighborhoods. And I do believe there's, potential, but there is more to be done. And I'm just not seeing that this has met the criteria for me. And it does bring me back to, what Tolstoy was talking about. And he said that you would have to stifle the voice of conscience in order to approve things like this. Tolstoy wasn't talking about Red Tail Ranch, but that keeps coming to mind for me. And I don't want to stifle the voice of conscience.
Okay. Other deliberations? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm going to address the elephant in the room here because the mayor was correct. This is not a public hearing. This is a settlement agreement. The elephant in the room is that there is, as Councilmember Mortellaro mentioned earlier, there's a $23 million potential taking claim. And the reason that this settlement agreement was brought before us is because the town is at risk here. This is a non-insurable claim. I want to be clear about this. So I mentioned before about the bifurcation of the case. So we have the 106 claim and we have the takings claim. If we don't accept this agreement and this goes forward, if we lose the 106, we get none of this, or at least none of the plug and abandonment is guaranteed. The court will approve the June 2024 plat. I think what the applicant has presented to us now is a better plat than we had in 2024. Does it have everything that we'd like it to have? Probably not. But I think there is significant improvements in this. And these agreements did not come out of thin air. These agreements were brought to us by staff, including our environmental staff. They signed off on this. They agreed to it. They brought it to us because they thought this was a good deal and it mitigated the potential damage to the town through having to pay a $23 million takings claim plus loss of interest. At the heart of this is a rights issue, and whether you want to say it or not, the applicant has property rights. And essentially what is happening by us denying the plat based on objective criteria that our staff said was sufficient for approval, in addition to a 7-0 Planning Commission vote, the last council that denied this, those standards are arbitrary and capricious. And I'm going to go through this one at a time. So let's talk about the environmental concerns. First off, in the restricted area or the environmental area or whatever you want to call it, in addition to the setbacks, now one of the things you saw was a picture of 4 different site drawings. One of them came to us in 2020. Had this applicant come back with the original drawing that was in 2020, I would not feel comfortable approving that because it had those northernmost houses adjacent to that site. So one of the things that was an improvement right from the 2024 drawings was putting that road there creates a natural barrier to the environmental hazard site. We did request, that staff work with the applicant to make sure that there is appropriate signage in that area to ensure that people do not go in there. We were talking about the Spine Trail Road. You saw in the presentation there is a fence barrier that they're going to have to cordon that area off, because I do worry about kids, trying to cut through to get to the Spine Trail or whatnot. So it's important that that area is protected. It was also pointed out that, and I think this was a misnomer that I heard both from prior members of council and just in the general public, that they were building houses on a toxic waste dump. Where the houses are built, clearly you saw from the presentation, the houses are not built on the environmentally hazardous area. One thing that was remarkable through this is that there was, considering when that dumping site happened back in the 60s, I'm amazed there was very good documentation for where those areas were, and I think it helped with the mitigation of the site. And we're going to get to the finding of fact that the town set out in a minute, but despite what was said in the finding of fact and what was brought up by Councilmember Bear about covering the area with dirt, these are professional engineers that go and design this site. So, and if you're an engineer, you're probably offended that the word dirt was used because it's soil, but it's a certified landfill covering. That was the appropriate application for what was done to the area. It was reviewed by the CDPHE, it was reviewed by our staff. You clearly heard that. The ONG on the site. So, as was said before, Stratus from the 2020 site plan, they met the original setback requirements. They did not have to do the increased setback, but they adhered to the 2021 Chapter 6 standards of their own accord. So now I want to go through the finding of fact from 2024. And I believe that, and I remember at the time that I saw the finding of fact sent out by the town, and I asked in that very much meeting that it be amended because I thought it was fundamentally flawed. And I heard this again tonight with the use of the UDC. And yeah, I hear section 1013 brought up. General purpose, the UDC has its general purpose to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the town of Erie. In and of itself, that particular item cannot be used for reason of design. That's a preamble. That simply states that the town's code and the items contained in the UDC are generally meant to protect health, safety, and general welfare. That's correct. But you have to go to the applicable standard within the UDC to find the code to see if it's meeting the standard. We write the code to ensure the health and safety. You can't put the cart before the horse. The CDPHE and the professional engineers report carry scientific objective criteria to address the cleanup on the site. No one on the 2024 council and no one up here tonight carries the credentials or background to dispute the recommendations that come from professionals in the field, which were reviewed and approved by town staff, confirmed with the 7-0 recommendation by the Planning Commission. The protections for oil and gas are specifically contained within Chapter 6, which defines safety setbacks for developers. The applicant met the standard, again, as I said, prior to the 2021 and the newer standard, post-2021, and amended their plat to reflect that. While some have claimed that we either have to deem land as either an oil and gas site or a development site, that is not what the law states. So the other thing you heard tonight was cumulative impact. So let's talk about that a little bit, because the fact is there is nothing in state statutes or in the UDC that addresses cumulative impacts. First off, the state standards that were put forth, they talk about one of their criteria being disproportionately impacted communities. Those criteria have to do with low-income communities, census block groups where more than 40% of the households are below 200% of the federal poverty line, communities of color, census block groups where over 40% of the residents is something other than non-Hispanic white, language barriers, areas with high percentages of non-English speakers, making it harder for them to access information, participate in public process, and communities already experience a higher population exposure compared to other areas. There's a number of areas that none of those meet the identified area in this particular area. The second thing, the state standards are put in there, first, don't apply to housing developers. They apply to oil and gas companies. So to say that you're going to apply a cumulative impact standard, which we don't have, and the state standards don't apply to home developers, it's not something that we can rule upon. It's going to get laughed out of court. Now, finally, getting back to the major points of liability for the town, and we were all informed of this, and to be clear, the prior council was notified about this time last year, I don't remember exactly when, that the lawsuit was pending. And the decision was made at that time, because we already had an election and we had a changeover of council, that this particular council was going to be informed of, or have an executive session to talk about the lawsuit, which was that first meeting in January where we were sworn in. So both councils were notified of this and understood where we were at. The biggest point of liability is the fact that our comp plan and our current zoning identify this land as low-density residential. You cannot apply an arbitrary standard to something we've already deemed that we've already said you can build housing here, and yet what you're hearing up here tonight from a few is that no, you can't build housing there. You can't build it ever, and there's no clear delineation. 90% air impaction. That's the first I've ever heard of that. Is the air different in this area than it is a block over in Vista Ridge? Is the area here all that different than the area where I live on the other side of the Denver Regional Landfill? That's the question before us. Denial of this proposal represents an arbitrary and capricious standard. Again, staff recommended the plat and recommends the settlement agreement. There was a 7-0 Planning Commission vote in 2024, in January of 24, and it complies with the land zoning and the comprehensive plan. There is no basis for the council, nor was there a basis for the prior council, denying the findings made by the CDPHE, professional engineers, all of which was reviewed by our own town staff. So I'll just say overall that, in my opinion, the risks of facing a $23 million non-insurable loss is too high not to accept this settlement agreement. This risk was made clear to all of council members from our prior town attorney based on the fact that the primary zoning for the site is LDR. And it appears the opponents of this project will provide no acceptable conditions for which this property owner could build on the site, essentially condemning the land without compensation. And that's where the number comes from. This takings claim would have an impact on basic operations of the town, including the ability to make payments on the COPs we just approved to build the police station expansion and the undermining mitigation we have going on. Additional impacts could lead to other things up to and including staffing reductions. We don't have $23 million sitting around to pay this. There's a high degree of probability we would either lose the 106, the takings claim, or possibly both. I'm not sure if the 106, the takings claim may go away. I was unclear of that. But council was fully appraised by the prior town attorney. Bottom line, you cannot tell an applicant that is developing a site that is in compliance with our zoning, comp plan, and our UDC that they can't build on their site with no compensation. And any council member that can deny any of these things, but this is exactly how we were advised by council. The acceptance of this agreement is not the end of the process. I mean, I believe we should hold any applicant to a high set of standards. There was a number of things mentioned tonight that I think going forward I would be in support of, including traffic mitigation things, possibly redesigns of the trails, depending on, to protect public safety. But those are things that we can decide at a future date. So with that, I'll yield back my time.
All right. I'm going to see if there's a motion to approve Resolution 25-216. If we get a motion in a second, then we'll have one more last chance to put anything on the record that we would like.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. So now this is the further discussion. Would anybody like to share anything else before I call the vote?
I would just like to highlight that I mentioned that I don't think there's nothing that can be done, that there's just more to do. I see all that's been done. There's more to do to ensure the safety of this plan. So
I agree with that statement, and it was the foundation for some of my comments about the wells to the west, the roundabout to the west, potentially a roundabout to the east. If anybody doesn't think these jobs are stressful, I wear an Oura ring, and I just looked at my stress level since 6 p.m. Holy cow. I want everybody to know that I'm taking this seriously, and I hope that everybody here and in the public understands that these are not easy things that we do. All right, with that, I will have the town clerk do a roll call vote.
Will you specify if we vote yes, we are approving the settlement, and a no vote is continuing the litigation process for the 106?
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Councilmember Mortellaro.
Yes.
Councilmember Passamorelli.
No.
Councilmember Bear.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Hobeck.
No.
And Mayor Moore.
Yes. Motion carries. The settlement agreement is approved, and we'll have another bite at the apple when the development agreement and the final plat come back to us. All right, we have 3 more items on the agenda. The last 2 we're going to switch to a study session format. So I'm looking to the council. Are you okay doing one more item, and then when we do the switch, we'll take a break? Okay, that's what we're going to do. So the next item is item 25-659, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a professional service agreement with Alameda Mineral Advisors. I'll turn it over to Mr. Franks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I know this says 30 minutes. We're quite behind. I'll be very brief. The town was approached from several actors in the oil and gas field exploring potential lease of some mineral rights owned by the town. And so staff finds it prudent to solicit the services of a professional mineral broker, in this case Alameda Minerals, who knows the space much better, in order to see what the value on the open market of the minerals is, rather than trying to negotiate these individually. A couple of important points. Alameda Minerals works on a pure contingency basis. So if there is no agreement to sell, convey, or lease some or all of the town's minerals, then the town would pay absolutely nothing. It would be 7% of the aggregate value of any deal negotiated on behalf of the town. And I also want to point out, this is very critical, that the process being proposed here through this professional service agreement is that offers and bids would be solicited, and staff and Alameda Minerals would then, in a subsequent hearing, bring the best of those offers to this council, and then it would require further action in a public meeting or public hearing to accept that deal. So that's kind of the long and the short of it. I'm happy to entertain any and all questions.
All right, I'll bring you back to council for any questions. Councilmember Bear.
Thank you so much. So this seems like a departure from our stance as a town before, where suddenly we're entertaining lease offers. I guess, could you?
I think in every previous occurrence where production has occurred from town minerals, the town has either typically leased or sold its minerals to whoever was to an oil and gas operator, whether that was the one doing the production or not.
Okay, so I guess it means that it's a departure since I've been aware of council proceedings. So my questions are about Senate Bill 24-185. In 2023, I was on council and I testified in support of a bill that was protection for mineral rights owners, and that bill was, it died and was not passed. But in the 24 legislative session, there was a Senate bill that passed, protections for mineral interest owners forced pooling is the title. Terrible title. So I don't know if you know about it. Can you speak to it?
Sure. The main bulk of this is that mineral estates owned by a local government within the municipal boundary or county boundary of that local government within their jurisdiction cannot be force pooled in a drilling and spacing unit created by the state. Marketing these minerals and seeing what may or may not be available monetarily would not preclude the town from enacting or from invoking the protections of this legislation in future pooling matters, unless, of course, this council would act to accept some bid.
Okay. So are there pooling matters that are expected or ongoing right now at the state? That would impact Erie?
Of course. Yes. Obviously, was that November that the Draco hearing was held to approve the oil and gas development plan for that production. Of course, drilling and spacing will be forthcoming sometime this spring.
Okay, thanks. So do you know of any municipalities that have utilized this new law that supports governments and their rights to not be force pooled?
I did a deep dive. No municipality or county, no local government in the state of Colorado has attempted in any fashion to utilize this state statute. There was a condition in Aurora where they requested a delay in a spacing hearing because a lease had not been signed, and they said, well, then we can't be force pooled. The state granted that delay, and then they subsequently leased their minerals, and the spacing went on ahead.
Okay. So I just wanted to read a part of this bill, or it's a law. It was signed into law. And so this Senate Bill 24-185 changes current law by prohibiting the commission, which is the ECMC, who is the governing body for oil and gas, prohibiting the commission from entering a pooling order that pools the mineral interests of an unleased owner if the unleased owner is a local government that has rejected an offer to lease. It also goes on to say if a pooling order application proposes to pool a local government unleased interest and the local government has rejected an offer to lease, requiring the commission to deny the application unless the applicant amends the application to no longer pool the local government unleased interest. So I just wanted to read that on the record. So thank you.
All right. Other questions, comments? Councilmember Mortolero.
So looking this over, it seems like all risk is being taken by, Alameda to do the study, provide us with what the mineral rights are worth, and there's nothing there's no further action required from us. We can decide to or not to pursue marketing those mineral rights.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. And if we do decide to, they get 7.5 percent commission on whatever.
Whatever
we're
aggregate
we're-
value,
We're
yeah.
able to market them for. But if,
Yeah, if the council elects to reject all offers, then we would pay Alameda nothing, and move forward from there.
okay, thanks.
Okay. Do you have anything, Councilmember Hoback?
Just like to point out, I guess, in form of a question, whatever they come up with, it's current day market value of oil, correct? Oil and gas.
Yeah, I'm sure that. Well, I have no idea. I'm not an oil and gas company. I'm sure that they have some pretty advanced metrics where they predict the price of DJ Basin crude to go, and that'll probably factor into whatever offers they choose to make.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yep. Thanks. So I guess my question is a little philosophical, but if I'm trying to imagine how this works in reality, I understand in theory what the newly enacted laws do, but if the town decides not to lease our mineral rights, and if it's Civitas, if they're doing an oil drilling and spacing unit, what does that look? Where do our minerals align with minerals that will be leased that they've already obtained privately?
That's I can't even begin to speculate.
Okay.
This is uncharted territory, as Councilmember Bear asked. No one has invoked this particular statute to date, and so we don't know what may occur. The town's mineral rights are typically in subdivisions where we were given the area under the road, under the open space, and so they are sort of intertwined with private minerals. Presumably that would strand those private minerals, because I don't know how you could draw a drilling and spacing unit to include the lots under homes, but not the road in front of them.
I guess that was my question. Is that what they're considering? Because when you're talking about something that could go through a fissure or something.
It would be blocks of land.
Yeah,
that would either be within the spacing unit or not. Whether that means a decreased spacing unit or a spacing unit drawn to include other lands, I can't begin to speculate.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
All right, Councilor Pestromelli.
So the 4,500,000 or 7.5 is only when we pay for it, right? Or
Right. Yeah. If we decline offers, we say, hey, nothing was good enough. Then we'd pay Alameda nothing. If we got a deal for, I'm going to go just way outside of reality, $100 million, we'd pay him $7.5 million.
So, how will the sale or lease of the minerals affect the Draco project?
Again, I can't say what would happen. Obviously, if we were to accept a lease, then the spacing unit as proposed would be presented to ECMC, and it would be their decision whether to accept that. As Councilmember Bear read the current law, if we refuse all lease offers, presumably ECMC would be compelled to request an alternate spacing unit that does not include those parcels.
Thank you.
Again, presumption. We're in uncharted territory.
Do we know where all of our mineral rights are, or will those help to verify the process?
That's part of this is sort of an independent title review, especially when it comes to mineral estates. You don't get what you end up with is a title opinion, and it is just that, an opinion, and then all of the various interests who claim differing opinions would have to in some way resolve their differences and come to an understanding of who owns what. It's the case with surface real estate, you're typically going to have an owner. If Farmer Joe dies and he decides his 5 kids each get 20% of the farm, it's usually geographically 20%. With mineral estates, you often get a 20% interest in the whole estate. And you can imagine after a few generations how messy this really gets, especially because counties are pretty diligent about who owns the land and who's paying taxes. And they don't pay a whole lot of attention on who owns under the land or who's paying those taxes.
Okay, makes sense. I had one other question. It slipped my mind, so sorry.
Oh, we'll come back if it comes to you.
Sounds good.
All right. I'll see if we have a motion second, then I have comments, and anybody else can have another bite at the apple. We'll see if there's a motion to approve Resolution 25218.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. For me, this is about finding out information. I think the town had a philosophy they followed to say no to Draco and fought what we could in hopes that Draco would never get developed. That's not the way those cards fell, and so we're at this dilemma point that if you assume that Draco is going to get drilled, then I want to get something out of it for the town. And part of what is value that we own is mineral rights. And so this will just give us information on what those are worth. Civitas, I believe, has given us an offer. We're not sure that offer is market competitive. And if nothing else, this will give us that information. This does not approve anything. It doesn't spend any money. It simply gives us information that then we can go back and ask the question, is there enough here? Is this worth it? And I'm hopeful we'll get public input and comment on this particular topic as it moves forward. All right, other comments? Councilor Bear.
Yep, thank you. I am, guess I'll start with, I'm a forced pooled mineral rights owner, and it sucks. And it stinks to say no to something and not be able to stop it. And the answer is, we'll take it anyway. And so, as has been discussed at this table this evening, if the town has the ability to scuttle Draco, we've heard from constituents that that's a priority. We know, like, we don't even have to do another survey. We didn't include oil and gas questions on our survey because we pretty much got that direction from the hundreds of comments and folks who came out to comment about Draco. And so this is a no-brainer. This is a slippery slope. And I have shared that with my counterparts up here. I recognize that some feel it's a business deal, but I, for one, my principles are not up for purchase, and so this is an absolutely not for me.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm a little put off by that remark. My integrity is worth more than a business deal. This is not a business deal. This is fiduciary responsibility, which we owe the residents. Again, I think it's important for the residents to understand we're not making any decisions. But I think when we've talked about this before, it's the lose-lose proposition. And that is, and again, we don't know what we don't know. We're in uncharted territory. But if, say, for instance, we were to exclude our mineral rights and Civitas produces some drilling and spacing unit that's a hodgepodge of stuff, and the ECMC approves it, I don't know that I mean, basically, what have we done at that point? And I point to Broomfield as kind of a prime example of this, because they fought coyote trails tooth and nail, And they did it, and it got approved, and they got nothing back. And this goes back, our late friend, Tom Van Loan. If you want to know why the landfills in Erie, it's largely because of Tom, because he said, if you're going to dump stuff in my backyard, you're going to pay me for it. And I don't know, there's stuff that is outside of this board's control. And, again, we may find down the road the facts may change, and we'll look at that. But I think we're not doing anything. We're trying to find out the value of what we have, and I think that's important.
Councilmember Mortellero, and then I'll go to Hoback.
Yeah, again, I'll reiterate, this is a data search right now. This is information gathering, so that we can make the best decision possible for the town. We are very clear as how the town feels about oil and gas, and but if Draco is going to happen, to not get paid for our minerals is like Councilmember Bell said, a lose-lose situation. So if Draco is still going to drill 26 wells and we don't negotiate anything with our mineral rights, we get nothing. Again, we're not at that stage yet. We're just collecting information prior to that stage. So I'm all for gathering information so that we can make the best decision possible.
All right, Councilmember Hoback.
Thank you. Learning the value of something for me tells me what I can do for it with it, what I can get for it. And we've now heard a couple of council members talk about not getting out anything from Draco. If we retain our mineral rights and do not sell them or lease them, they are not entitled to those mineral rights. And if we do sell or lease them, it makes Draco's operations much smoother, much easier, because that makes it easier to force pool many adjacent properties and that they can get to. And so we're doing our residents a great disservice, which takes us well beyond fiscal or fiduciary responsibility and into a whole nother realm of making choices for some residents that we ought not be making. I guess I wasn't where we're going to be talking about some of this, but if we can use our power to stop Draco, and this is part of it, then that is absolutely what our residents want, and they've made that very well known.
Councilmember Pestromelli.
Yeah, so I feel like we are not in a dire need to sell our minerals to a company which is planning to drill more and more and occupy more minerals in Erie. So the comment about we won't get anything if Draco is going ahead is probably not true, because minerals always have value. And then even if you go into an open market, you will get some amount for it, which is much more than you have the leverage. There is no need to go and stand before Civitas and sell them for whatever. And I know this is about just getting how much it is value of, but I feel like we don't have a need to sell our resources as of now. And the second thing is, I see this as an opportunity to see if Draco can be stopped. If there is even 1% chance, I want to go with that and see, because we have heard from our town loud and clear. And if we didn't do this or use this at least 1 or 10% or 5% opportunity, I think we ignored all of those voices. So, thank you.
All right, I want to address Councilmember Bear's comment that we know what the public wants because they showed up at the Sorry, did I jump?
That's okay. Finish with your thought.
I missed you. I'll come back to you. Sorry. That we know how the public feels because they came out and forced to say no to Draco. So we know that they don't want us to sell our mineral rights if Draco is going to go forward. And I think they're two different things. If we feel that Draco is going to go forward, then the question isn't about Draco. It is about, should the town get anything from our mineral rights that we own that Draco will access? To Councilmember Pestromelli's point, mineral rights will not always have value. They will only have value if you can access them. And our mineral rights, to my knowledge, are not accessible with all of our own oil and gas restrictions, the state oil and gas restrictions. You got to basically have a way to get to them, and that's the Draco pad. So I don't see it as as the same thing what the fight was on. This is now about, is there something in the town? Councilmember O'Connor.
Thank you. Couple questions. Has the town, to your knowledge, has the town sold or leased the mineral rights before?
Are we doing questions?
Sure.
Yeah, many times in the past.
Not in the past 7 years.
Not in a long time, but
Okay.
yeah.
So they just,
in the past, the choice was negotiate a lease or a sale, or be forced pooled, and so it was always in your interest to find a deal.
okay. So just so the residents understand, can you, what is the process for leasing or selling mineral rights?
It's like any sort of real estate deal, but it's more complex because there's concept of overriding royalties. So there's cash at the sale, but then there's also percentages of the gross revenue or net revenue generated from those minerals that also has to be negotiated. So it's a little more complex than a standard real estate deal, but it's a very similar process.
But it has to go through a public hearing.
Oh, for the town itself to dispose of its minerals or to sign a lease. I believe a lease could be signed, and I'll look to the town attorney for if I make a mistake in my statements. I believe a lease can be signed via resolution in a normal public meeting. I believe that a sale, whether it was a mineral estate or proper real estate, any town asset would require a proper public hearing and an ordinance.
So the residents would absolutely have a chance to come out and voice, if it even made it that far.
Sure, and even in the case of a resolution, I wouldn't be comfortable putting something like that on a consent agenda. I think that's something that should invite public discourse, personally, as staff.
And this item before us, what's the time frame for? Did you get a sense?
It's dependent on when the spacing order will come up. If the town delays too long, then decisions get made for us. I think we have time now, but you're probably looking. I'd like to bring whatever is discovered through this process back to this council mid to late January. It'll be pretty quick.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Last comment from Councilmember Hoback.
Yeah,
then
one
we'll
more
call the vote.
comment. Just like to point out that if we were to value these and go ahead with a broker agreement and sell or lease these, we would likely be selling or leasing this oil, these mineral rights, when oil prices are at a 5-year low, if not longer. So this might not be the right time to make that decision.
Yeah, there's a few things that affect the value of a mineral estate. One is obviously current oil prices, but the other is the eminence of production, right? If you have a silver company that says, I would like to build a silver mine on your property tomorrow, even if silver prices are low, that's probably their peak value.
Understood.
Okay, I'll ask our town clerk to take a roll call vote.
Absolutely. Councilmember Hoback.
No.
Mayor Moore.
Actually, I always go last for our rules. Item 6.3, the order of a roll call vote shall rotate with each vote taken, with the exception that the presiding officer shall always cast the last vote of the roll call.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Councilmember Mortallero.
Yes.
Councilmember Bear.
Absolutely not.
Councilmember Passamorelli.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell.
Yes.
And Mayor Moore.
Yes.
The
All right.
motion passes.
Motion carries. All right, we are going to take a small break here. We're going to reconfigure for a study session format, and we have 2 items to go through with that. So we'll reconvene at 9:35-ish. reconvene the meeting, and we'll move on to item 25-581, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Erie adding a new section 61120 to the Erie Municipal Code to regulate the operation of electric-assisted bicycles. This is going to be study session format. We're not planning to adopt this tonight. This is for conversation, maybe adjustments, changes, and so forth. So with that, I think I'm turning over to the police chief.
Mayor and Council, Lee Mathis, Chief of Police. You're exactly right, Mayor. We had both of these ordinances scheduled for approval on an agenda. And then we started to get feedback from some of the council members on, gosh, why not this? Can we do something different? Those kinds of things. So we decided to bring it to the council and see if we can get some consensus on what you would like to see. So hopefully you have the drafts pulled up. And I think we're starting out with the electrically assisted bicycle ordinance that is in draft form. And that has all the definitions there at the beginning. The biggest thing with this is it allows class 1 and 2 electrically assisted bicycles to be operated on anywhere a bicycle would be operated. Paths, trails, sidewalks, roadways, anywhere you can legally operate a bicycle, you can operate a class 1 or class 2 electrically assisted bicycle. It does give the town the ability to restrict them in certain areas, but that will be determined by the town, mostly the Parks and Rec division, on where those would not be allowed.
Okay, can you just define class 1, class 2, class 3?
So a class 1, and it is in the ordinance there, the class 1 electrically assisted bicycle is a bicycle that has electric assistance while pedaling, I think it's while pedaling, when operated as pedaling, and ceases to provide assistance when the bicycle reaches 20 miles an hour. So that electrical assistance goes away when they hit 20 miles an hour. It doesn't mean the bike won't go faster than 20. If they're going downhill and they're still pedaling, it's just not getting that electrical assistance. And there are bicyclists that can reach well over 20 miles an hour on their road bikes. So, and then a class 2 electrically assisted bicycle is one that will provide assistance regardless of whether they're pedaling up to 20 miles an hour. So neither one of those bikes provide electrical assistance over 20 miles an hour, but they do help them get to or stay at 20 miles an hour, and they cease doing that once they hit that. Class 3 electrically assisted bicycle will provide the assistance regardless of pedaling up to 28 miles an hour. So it's a little faster, and for the purposes of this ordinance, we have proposed that those be on the roadway only, where bicycles can also safely be operated, not on our trails, not on our paths, not on our sidewalks. 28 miles an hour is a little too fast. We have pedestrians that use our trails, we have people that walk our dogs. We don't want folks going close to 30 miles an hour with electrical assistance on a bike on our trails. We did those kinds of things, so, and I'm looking at the town attorney because she's gonna help me if I mess up. But that's addressed in a separate portion of our ordinance. We actually have a toy vehicles prohibited ordinance that we do still need to tweak, and you guys will see that probably later. But those are technically illegal on the roadway.
Can your officers tell what a class 3, class 2, class 1
So,
bike is?
yes, so
just
they
by
are
looking at it?
labeled, if it isn't a legal class 1, 2, or 3, they are labeled as exactly that. They have a sticker on there that says what they are. And the other thing I did not mention is this does establish a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit on our paths, trails, and sidewalks for class 1 and 2 vehicles. On the roadway, they gotta follow the speed limit on the roadway if they're on class 3. So if they're in a 20-mile-an-hour zone, they can't be going 28. They gotta be going at 20 if they're on the roadway for a class 3. But class 1 and 2 bikes cannot be operated faster than 15 miles an hour. Enforcement will be a challenge, but we can do it. We do have electrically assisted bicycles in the police department. We have 2 of them currently, and we do patrol our trails. And we'd have to do some operations and some things, but we could enforce that speed limit.
So if someone is going over 15 and they're not on an e-bike, likely don't have a speedometer, have no idea how fast they're going, do they get a ticket as well?
No.
No.
It's only on the e-bikes. And part of that is the weight of the bike. Road bikes, mountain bikes, yes, they're heavy, but the e-bikes they're motorized and they're very heavy. So if they hit someone going at 15 or 20 miles an hour, that's gonna be more of an issue than, I mean, it's never gonna be good, right? But an e-bike presents a kind of a specific danger there with its weight and that at that speed. So with that, we are open to any suggestions, input, brainstorming, whatever, on what else you would like to see in the ordinance or what you would not like to see in the ordinance.
So, are you familiar with, excuse me, HB 25-1197?
Are you going to ask me to recite it word for word?
Please.
No.
Oh. No, it's just the labeling requirements.
Yes.
And it brought up a point that it might be worth adding to this, and it basically, it's, if you have a class 3 bike that's switchable.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you switch it to 1, according to this, it's still classified as a 3.
Right. That
And
makes
that's
perfect
not
sense
in
to me.
here.
Gotcha.
So that might be something worth
Okay.
adding, just so that
Right.
residents understand that if they buy a 3 that's switchable, it's a 3 regardless.
Class 5 is the highest it can go.
Yeah, and that's how it's written.
So that
here,
might be a
too.
clarification in the ordinance where we just say,
So
if
do
it's,
you mean
if it's a
like
switchable,
you can go on a bike trail?
it's always a class 3.
One conversation at a time.
We could look at some of the language.
Okay, Councilor Pestromelli, I think you had a question.
Yeah, I was saying like, can a 3 go at a 10 mile per hour on a trail?
No, they cannot. Not according to, not as the ordinance is written now.
Not as that is gonna be, is written. And they actually have to, if they switch their bike, they're supposed to relabel it, like if they I thought I saw it somewhere in there. Yeah, if they actually override a class 1 or class 2.
Right.
I think they have to change the labeling on it.
That makes sense. And that would be more difficult for our officers to, you know, if you're gonna modify people, that's part of the challenges we're facing right now, is that there's not a lot of regulation around these types of vehicles. And people are making them and they're selling them and they're getting them from even outside of the United States sometimes. And so there's not a lot of, and that would have to come from the state level, obviously, not from us or even the national level. So we're running into officers or running into bikes out there, they don't know what they are. They're not labeled. They've seen the kid going down the street at, they estimate 30 miles an hour and they stop them and they give them a ticket for careless driving currently. But that's some of the challenges we face is sometimes when we get out there, we're not sure what it is. And if that's the case, you can't ride it on our trails. You can't ride it on our sidewalk. You probably can't ride it on our streets.
So I
It's
think
not
the 15 mile an hour is a good way, because regardless of what you're on, at least you have something that you can do.
Or if it doesn't have labels, I don't know, I mean.
If it doesn't have, if it's not labeled, then maybe that's a good point to put in the ordinance, that if it's not labeled, then as a class 1, 2, or 3, then it's not legal to be operated on our trails and paths or our roadways.
Yeah, that the label has to be prominently displayed or something.
Right.
So I was just doing some, just questions through AI on this, but I was just checking if there was anything with lighting requirements in there, and it said it didn't mention anything in there, but there may be applicable state law or other parts of the municipal code that cover that. Is it?
Yeah, there are requirements for a bicycle to have lights if you're operating it at night on the roadway. So those would apply. The trails are not, the trails and sidewalks are not addressed, I don't believe, in the state code that I know.
I guess my concern is that from, and I wouldn't know a class 1, or I mean, just by looking at it from a class 2, but the ones that I've seen out, and I've seen several at dusk or something, and I see them fly past, but it's like I hear the sound before I ever see like a headlight or anything, so.
Right.
That's one of my concerns, is visibility and awareness for.
So would you like to see some lighting requirements there?
Does that?
I don't have a problem with that, but I would want it in alignment with
Yeah,
whatever you
whatever.
normally
Yeah,
do, right?
State- Yeah, right. I
Yeah.
think the roadways are
Bicycles?
covered, it's the question on trails and sidewalks.
Yeah,
because bicycles, we don't require lights.
Not on the trails and the sidewalks.
I've been pulled over twice on a bicycle though.
Yeah.
Once for no
Speeding?
lights and once for speeding.
Because you were on the road.
I was on the road.
You were a racer, so I get that.
So it's possible.
It is.
So is it true or not? I've read that some of the 1s or 2s can be modified fairly easily.
I'm sure it's true.
Can we have something that says if your bike has been modified to be a higher class, you have to sell it?
So we could. We can make them sell.
Donate it.
But
Dan's repo system.
the problem along those lines.
Or at least they'll be treated as
Right.
the higher class.
Right. The problem along, and we run into this all the time, right? But the enforceability of that is going to be difficult unless we catch them speeding. Like, we know that's not a class 1 because you were going 40 miles an hour, even though you got a label on it. We might be able to do something there, but it's going to be difficult for us to determine whether the bike's been modified, I'll be honest.
That's probably a corner, well, I don't know if it's a corner case.
It probably is a corner case.
You think
I
so?
didn't know. I mean, if there were a mishap, an accident of some sort.
Right.
have
And we
some
could show that it
in
was
the
modified.
Ordinance saying, you modified this, we're gonna treat you as if you're this class. And
Right.
you're only 14, sorry.
Well, and one thing I would say is if there's an accident, there are statutes that might be, or even ordinances that might be more applicable than just citing them for an e-bike violation. I mean, we'd have careless and reckless, especially if it resulted in an injury or something along those lines. But we could certainly enforce it, but it would be difficult for us to enforce if we're gonna start to get into labeling and modifications and those kinds of things for the police department.
I think it's actually at the state level.
Yeah, that too.
It's any modification to an electric bicycle that changes the speed capability or motor wattage requires an updated label.
Right. But again, the determination is difficult for us. If
It's gonna be speed.
Yeah, unless we catch them speeding or we catch them in their garage, I guess, with a screwdriver. I don't know. I didn't know how they
Or you have
modify it.
the identification
Yeah,
silhouette
right.
pictures of
Exactly.
different models.
Exactly.
So thinking back to my ride along that I had this summer, and we were talking about e-bikes, and one of the concerns was, do you want me to write a 12-year-old a ticket? Do I write the 12-year-old's parent a ticket? Do I take his bike? What does that look like? I know I was reading this handy dandy insert in my water bill from EPD. And caretaker risk is the adult who owns the vehicle or permits a child to drive can also face serious penalties. I think this is the state law, is that right?
Mhm. Yeah, you can, we even have provisions, I think, in our municipal code where we can write the parent especially for the toy motor vehicles. In fact, we just tried that in the municipal court, but then the prosecutor's like, yeah, we're gonna just do the kids. But there are provisions where we can write the guardian if they're allowing their kid, like if you go out and you buy your kid a bike that's not legal to be operated on the roadway, we can cite the parent for that.
So I guess the other thing that comes to mind then is the education piece, and that's two-sided in that the education for the kid or the bicycle rider that they need they don't have experience on the road yet to know like whose turn is it to turn left, when do you need to stop and wait your turn, or how do you signal to let the driver know that you're going to enter the lane to turn left, or that kind of thing. I think there should be some requirements around if we're going to put kids in the road. And I know that is if they're 16 and whatever, but I think we need some opportunity before that. I don't know what that looks like in town, if we could do that through the rec center or the PD or.
Yeah, I mean, we have a plan next year to do a big e-bike push on what's legal, what's not legal, where you can operate them once we decide what's going in the ordinance, where it's gonna go. So we're gonna be at the high school and do all of those things. One thing to keep in mind is that, you're believe it or not, your 6-year-old kid can operate a bicycle on the roadway right now. They can go out, they can ride a bicycle down the path or down the sidewalk. They can do those things. So, yes, we try and educate and we should be pushing that education. The e-bike ordinance itself doesn't necessarily change that. We're putting the speed limit on, we're allowing them to operate class 1 and 2 on trails, class 3 on the roadway, but they can take their mountain bike out today and ride it down Erie Parkway.
Yeah.
So that's a good point on the education. We'll have to do that, especially with the e-bike ordinance, but that's something we always want to be out there telling kids, hey, if you're riding that bike on the roadway, you got to follow all the rules of the road.
Yeah,
One thing that we've talked, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
One thing that we've talked about in the engagement part is utilizing our Erie Youth for Change group, because they're plugged in with their peers on yes, is it a class? Is it some materials? Is it going to assemblies or something like that? But plugging into what speaks to that group because they're better. They're better at communicating to other teenagers than Chief or myself.
They don't listen to us a lot. Yeah.
I would say never.
Group rides, something like that, you could sign up for, I don't know. But that side of the education, but then also the education piece for parents with teenagers who would love to see one of these under the tree.
Right.
And have maybe been putting it off because we knew this was coming, but maybe
Right,
some of us
right.
haven't.
And we've done a piece of it, like you said. We've sent out the mailers. We've done some social media posts. We've even asked our SROs to do some education at the high school. But I think once the ordinance is solidified, we'll definitely do that push of, hey, here's what's allowed in Erie, on the trails, on the sidewalks, on the roadway. These other things are not. Don't buy your kid this unless you've got a big open ranch with private property where you can let them ride. Because if we catch them out there, we're gonna probably cite you and them.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, we're gonna what? Do what?
Right.
Yes.
So a comment not about the ordinance itself, but about two effective things that I've seen. Winter Park and Lafayette, they both had signs out along the trails that just said, hey, speed limit's 15 miles an hour, this is for safety. And that, it caught my attention for sure. And so I'm looking to the town manager, maybe we can do something, Gabby can do something, I don't know, something that we get something actually out there where these are being ridden, right?
That actually falls under Parks and Recreation purview in terms of signing the trails, and that's part of our trail wayfinding plan.
Okay.
That's why I'm here tonight is to make sure that I understand the ordinance and the desires of the council so that we can effectively implement those types of signs in our wayfinding system. Because we do have standard trail signs. There's certain requirements that you have to follow, in terms of AASHTO and, all those kind of different things to make sure they're safe and visible. But yes, we'll definitely work that in with our trail wayfinding.
I think you're talking permanent signs, which, cool. In both the other municipalities, I'm talking temporary signs. Because they were bright and they were just kind of out there, hadn't seen them before. And then, maybe they're out there for 2 or 3 weeks, and you pull them up and you put them in another place or something like that.
Mayor, I think that's a great idea, especially when we first passed the ordinance for education of, hey, guess what? 15 mile hour, you can ride your e-bike 15 miles an hour, but then we will have to have some permanent signage.
Yeah,
Just for the
that's-
enforceability
yeah,
of
I'm
it,
not
to say,
thinking
hey,
or.
because we'll have someone from Denver come up here and say, I didn't know your speed limit was 15 miles an hour. So just like on the roadway, we'll have to have something that shows, hey, this is how fast you can ride on an e-bike on a trail. Yep.
And kind of on the same lines as signage, right away. I think that's one of the things that I hear most is that, people walking and get, somebody on a bike goes flying by. The person on the bike doesn't realize a pedestrian has the right of way. I know most of us think that's common knowledge, but I don't think it is. And so definitely in the signage piece, but could that also be appropriate for the ordinance or to kind of highlight right away so that it's in another place?
I'm not sure how we would put that in there. I'm not sure. I mean, the trails are shared. It's a shared trail, shared sidewalk. There's always the careless. That's not even on the roadway. You couldn't do that. I'm not sure how we would enforce that as far as right away. Usually you pass on the left, and I've had bicyclists come up and be on your left. I'm like, okay, great. Sometimes they go on the grass on the right side.
Yeah, and I'm not so concerned about enforcement as people understand that and they're educated on that, because I think the problem is a lot of kids don't understand that, when you have an older couple walking on the path that they have the right of way, you have to give them space, right? And like you say, that's what I'm hearing from
Or give the citation for the pedestrian.
Well, what you're kind of referring to is the IMBA rules, the International Mountain Bike Association. They have those triangle signs.
Right.
That bikes yield to hikers, everyone yields to horses.
Right.
So maybe it's something along that line, and those are often out on mountain bike trails.
Yeah, actually, there was a picture of that on the Lafayette
website with, be courteous and be considerate when passing, and it had the universal, horseback hiker, whatnot, and it shows the biker actually, acknowledging the pedestrian and
And maybe we can just partner with Lafayette to see what they've done, not necessarily reinvent.
Right.
Especially if we're all connected trail systems, right? If
Yeah,
maybe there's consistency.
And I don't believe that is in their ordinance. I think that's
It's
just
not
part
in
of
their
their
ordinance,
education
no.
campaign where, hey, be courteous on the trails. I don't think they have anything in their ordinance that says, hey, the bicyclist has to yield to the pedestrian. Because honestly, I don't even know what yield would look like. Like, is that passing on the right? Does that mean I stop? Does that mean I pass on the left? Does that mean I slow down? I think part of that is the speed limit we're trying to put on there of 15 miles an hour. It's a lot different being passed at 15 than it is at 30 or 28. And I think that's a piece of it. But I like the idea of maybe an education campaign of, hey, bicyclists. Pay
All right,
attention.
I'm gonna try to wrap this up so we can get on to the next one. We have a couple suggestions. Let me just do one quick pass around. Any other ordinance changes? You good? Okay. All right, then let's,
So it's okay if I summarize really quick? Sure. Mayor, labeling requirements, we want our bikes labeled, and we'll add that to the ordinance, and are we wanting to do lights on the trails? Like, do we want them to require lights after dark on the trails and the sidewalks? There's no, as far as I know, there is no requirement for bicycles to
yeah,
have it.
that's where it gets kind of dicey for me
Yeah.
because I'm not sure.
I think
I
most,
guess from-
update both? I think most e-bikes come with lights.
I think they do too.
Yeah.
I think they do too.
Okay.
Most
So like you're
labels.
gonna get an antique e-bike that didn't have lights.
Right. So e-bikes must have
So
lights
no
on.
lighting is what I'm hearing.
Lighting for e-bikes only.
At least on the trails. I mean, the roadway's already there.
Yeah,
yeah. We're already covered.
But I
They
think
come with that.
check with
Yeah,
the
we don't need to
neighboring
add.
cities because you
Pretty sure
enforce light
they're-
here and next
lights
city
must be
doesn't
on.
Yeah,
have.
they don't, as far, Lafayette, Louisville do not have any lighting requirements of that one.
It's better to keep it consistent and
Right.
not enforce something in area. Oh, I need to turn on light when I'm.
Yeah,
you
yeah, I'm okay keeping it simple.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Okay, great.
let's talk about burning things.
So
we'll move
burning
on
things,
to-
this one's pretty simple, same thing too, we already have.
Let me just announce it for the
go ahead,
record.
sorry.
Item 25-465, an ordinance of the town, council town of Erie, restricted open burning in the town.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry to interrupt you there. So we already have a fire setting ordinance. What this does is add some requirements for when you are able to burn. It basically makes you, we didn't used to have the part about covering the fire. It had to be contained, but there was no requirement for a screen or anything over it. And then it also added that it's got to be 15 feet from your residence. Didn't used to have that requirement. And then it also added that you can't burn garbage, yard waste, and those things, because those were not prohibited. So we added those. It's consistent. We did look at other municipalities, and this is a conglomeration of those, Thornton and Lafayette, what they allow in their open burning ordinances. And adds those basically three, I think four, make that four. Yeah, because we restricted the size, we made you get a wire mesh over it, and then the distance from your residence, and no garbage or yard waste.
And does this include gas fire pits as well?
It does, this is open burning of flames, yes, it does, I believe it does. Chimney, outdoor fireplace, fire pit, or similar container. Yep, I think it does include gas fire pits.
So I asked that because, gas fires don't really spark and create embers. And so.
That's why I was saying.
Are we putting a restriction on something that by its nature doesn't,
Yeah, because so when I had my, we did a patio slab in the backyard, and I initially wanted to put, like a gas line to a fire pit until I found out by code that you have to have, I think it's 20 feet or something from the thing, and that was gonna drastically increase the cost of that, and then the guy just told me, oh, you just buy one of those propane things and put it out there, so I don't know if I'm, what did you say, it's 10 feet away, or 10? 15. I might be that from there, but, yeah, I was thinking the same thing, that I could understand it, like if, I see a lot of people get those you go to Home Depot and get those log burning things and that you're creating embers that could get sucked up like in a soffit vent or something that, but yeah, just a gas one probably isn't as.
Yeah, I don't want a bunch of people having to run out and buy screens for.
Right.
I don't think it's considered open burning.
Well,
This says open burning or open flame conducted outside in a chimney.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't. I'll ask our town attorney. Do you think it covers gas?
or let's just put it explicitly in there.
What's an outdoor fireplace? I mean,
Yeah, I was gonna
gas
say-
fireplace.
It says open flames,
Right.
so I think to the extent, if there is a flame, whether it's propane or gas, I do think it would be covered.
That's kind of what I
Right,
thought.
so what I'm suggesting is that you pull the screen requirement out for natural gas propane. Because
Tied to
it doesn't put
embers?
off, it doesn't put off.
Yeah,
Is it
ember
tied to
would, yeah,
embers?
that would,
Would that be something
Yeah.
council would be interested in?
Sure, I'm saying that you must have a screen if.
If there are embers,
I would probably apply this whole thing only to ember creating. I mean, you have a lot of people, myself included, that has a small
I know what you're saying.
gas
Yeah.
fireplace
yeah.
within 15 feet of their house.
And I struggle with the 15-foot because some of these manufacturers, they say as close as 6. So and when I go into different people's homes and take observation of what they have, their yards aren't big enough to be able to do this. And there's existing ones out there that are bigger than 3 feet that are nowhere near a structure.
I'm gonna ask to hold that just for a second. We'll go back to the gas ember and then we'll come back
Fair
to
enough.
the distance. Something to Councilmember Hoback and my point of, gas doesn't, the issue is not created with gas, so let's not put the restriction on it, however you word that. Does that make sense? And you could probably do it a bunch of different ways, but.
I mean, a charcoal grill doesn't have.
barbecues are.
There's a different
extended.
exception.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're
They're
doing
not
it
part of
for the express purposes of food preparation,
Okay.
this doesn't apply.
I always keep a pack of hot dogs to hand.
Exactly. You knew that was coming.
You're covered, yeah.
Put a hot dog on a stick and put it on your bonfire, right? Yeah.
Where does it say food preparation is excluded from this?
It's in the
It's
original
in the
ordinance.
original.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the original right now.
All right, so you'd have to
And
go
it's
back.
section, I'm not sure what section it is.
You'd have to go back and put it in there.
It's
Oh, it's already
C3.
This is just, all this document has is the new, because we're just amending this ordinance.
Got it.
This
got it,
isn't
got
a
it.
brand new ordinance.
This is
We've had this ordinance on the books for a long time. Used to be very general.
So if you can go back and where it says food prep or gas propane are prohibited.
Can be another exception.
Yeah.
Or exemption,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, so I think this addresses an issue that we were hearing a lot about, which is burning trash in the backyard. I'm curious about, I have the same concerns because I have a fireplace on my front porch that is not 3 feet away from my house, or 15 feet is attached to my house. So, and that started the train of thought of, what if, are your officers gonna be going around in the neighborhoods looking? Yep, exactly. Like, are we going to put these requirements in, or is Councilmember Hoback's fire pit suddenly illegal?
Right, yeah, we're gonna do fire pit patrols. We're not. This is a type of ordinance that we would usually enforce on a complaint basis. So if somebody calls and complains and says, hey, my neighbor's got a huge bonfire going in the back, they're burning yard waste, we're gonna show up. And then we're gonna apply these, unless it, I don't wanna say anything goes unless it comes to our attention, but this is one of those where someone probably has to complain for us to get in your backyard and see what you're doing with your fire pit. And we have a lot of ordinances like that where we're not actively out there looking and policing and coming out with a measuring tape and making sure your gas stove is 15 feet from your house. But if someone complains, we're gonna say, hey, here's the ordinance, here's what you gotta do to comply. And then we go from there. So as far as enforcement goes, it would very much be that.
All right, and then
What
coming
about-
back, go ahead.
What about the idea of prohibiting putting it like under a pergola or other covered or semi-covered area? Because if you're gonna be such a distance from the house or whatever, those embers are gonna go straight up, so.
If the council wants to do that, we can throw it in there.
I had that thought also, and then I keep going back to what problem are we trying to solve?
It's the
It's
embers.
someone burning trash, and someone burning yard waste.
Well, and then if you're gonna do a pergola, like,
Yeah, I
what
mean,
if I have a
if you got
10-foot
one bar,
pergola
speak up.
versus a?
Well, I'm not
8
saying,
foot
I
or-
mean,
Yeah.
I had the same, sorry.
Right,
I'm
no, go
sorry, I
ahead.
didn't mean to.
Totally good.
I was thinking along those lines too, and then going back to what are we trying to solve and trying to give the police some teeth if someone's burning trash or someone's burning
When someone
yard waste.
complains, basically, you're exactly right.
Some of those chimeneas put up a lot of heat going straight up.
I've had one and they don't come with screens typically.
Yeah, right.
They don't come with a front screen and ceramic ones, so how do you?
Well, I mean, that would be in violation, right? You can buy things that aren't legal.
All the time.
And so I would say that's the violation. As far as the distance, could we leave it at 15 feet or what the actual product says is safe? So that way, if you've got the homemade drum out there, then it's 15 feet, but if you have one of those,
I would agree.
what are those ones called? Those little, you can put wood in them, they're small.
Yeah, that's what I was
Solo.
thinking.
Solo.
Solos, yeah.
Other brands do, but.
Yeah, and and they're really, I mean, you can touch them.
Yeah.
If that says 5 feet, okay, great, because it's been designed for that.
Rita makes a great point. That would be difficult for us enforcement wise, because if they don't have the instruction there, if it's not on there, we're gonna be like, well, what's the distance? And I guess we can Google it, use AI.
Well, then in that case, then
You know what I
it
mean?
defaults to the 15 feet.
Right.
I don't know, I think you're making it more complicated.
So you would just make it 15 feet?
I wouldn't have it.
Oh, you wouldn't have it?
I would eliminate that.
So,
I'm just saying
did
that
you
there's a lot of
consult
yards.
Fire about the?
We did. We consulted Mountain Dew Fire. We looked at Thornton's ordinances. We looked at the International Fire Code. Thornton, I believe, had the 15 feet in there. We thought, okay, we'll throw it in there and
How about going back to Councilmember O'Connor's point? Aren't we just saying don't burn garbage or yard waste? Why don't we just say that?
But we'll say the couple of the complaints we've had on open burnings, we're worried about the screening. They were worried about there being no screening on an open fire pit because it's gonna come on my house and burn my, so I do think the screening isn't a bad thing to have on there to reduce embers. Easy to enforce. But I agree on the distance, you could just do yard waste trash and screen it, and we'd probably be okay.
I like the 15 foot in general, but I'm okay with an exception for those manufactured. But if you can't figure it out, then it defaults back.
But and as the density gets closer and as the yards get smaller,
Right.
Yeah.
and you try to go
Yeah,
15
that's
feet
a good point.
against
a long
either
way.
a cedar fence or a PVC.
Well, yeah, but you
Fence.
probably shouldn't have one at that point if the
Yeah.
yards are getting that small.
I mean, I'd be concerned if somebody had a flare, 5 to 10 feet from my fence.
I know a lot of people, I mean, they have a patio
Yeah.
or deck. Maybe you shouldn't have a chimney on a deck, but that's beside the point. But it's within, so that's within 15 feet because not everybody's patio is bigger than 15 feet.
Sure.
Right.
See, but that's what I was saying. I thought there's already a code for that because like I was saying, when I did my patio, I originally wanted that gas extension. I run a gas line out to a fire pit, and then like I was going to have to extend the concrete forward, and it was going to drastically increase the cost. So I was like, forget it. So I think that might already be addressed.
Well, I think that's in the building code or the International Fire Code, if you're gonna have a gas line with an open flame, it's gotta be certain distance. I'm sure that is, but this is more for
But if
open
this
burning.
is-
If I wanna have a fire pit in my backyard, and it is kind of, some communities have it, some don't have a distance requirement. It really boils down to what
Would you
does
accept
the
any
council
distance?
would like to do.
0.
Technically, that's
Just set your house on fire.
But it's not like homes are burning down around us.
Yeah, good point.
This is precisely why we did this. So whatever distance you guys decide will be great. Or if you want no distance, that's fine too.
Right.
So screening, burning garbage, burning whatever.
Those are the main things. I mean, I'm okay with taking the distance out.
Yeah,
Are we generally okay with taking the distance out? Are you
I
okay?
kind of like the
Mountain
distance.
View Fire says that's a good idea to take the distance out. I think we should consult the experts, but
Oh, Mountain View Fire said take the distance out?
no, I'm saying ask them
If
what
they
they
did,
think about it.
I'm, and Kendra drafted the ordinance, so don't hold me to it, but I'm 90% positive they didn't say anything about the distance. They did weigh in on the screen. The distance came from Thornton's ordinance, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to follow Thornton.
I mean, I'd still be concerned if somebody had an open fire 5 feet from my fence.
You'd be
That-
surprised.
I mean, I would not be happy.
If they have a screen, it really controls the embers. The commercial ones usually are 3/16 of an inch.
Yeah, I'm still not
And-
feeling comfortable. I mean,
So,
but I'd be okay with 7 feet, but you know, if 15 feet's too far, but if somebody, like say, I don't care if they got a screen or not. I mean, there's a fire within 5 feet of my fence. That's a problem
It
for me.
feels like there should be some distance, but if the fire department doesn't have it, so maybe I'm okay with what Councilman Ibarra was saying. Go ask the fire department again, or
Okay.
see if Kendra did.
Yes.
And if there's no requirement, then I'm okay with that. But if they're saying, hey, it should be whatever, then I think that should be what we consider.
or you have a fire extinguisher.
How many complaints do we get like in a year?
I wouldn't say they're common, but I would say probably between 5 and 10 a year, not much, every once in a while.
Yeah, so I think we're overcomplicating with number of feet, manufacturer recommendation and all that. Keep it simple and say don't burn trash or leaves and keep it simple. And you're only doing it when you're getting a complaint, right? Show them that this is the ordinance.
I mean, I suppose if we were driving by and we saw the flames coming up out of the backyard, we might stop and see what's going on. But for the most part, yeah, it's definitely complaint based.
It's like before the Texas A&M game, and they're just.
So is most of the, is the consensus check with Mountain View Fire? See if they want a distance in there?
Thumbs up if you're okay with checking with Mountain View Fire for the guidance.
Sure.
Okay.
I got 4 no, but I think you got 4.
Okay. I'll check and I'll let you know.
You better do a drive-by and see what's going on.
Burning Councilman. No,
He's got his garbage and his fire.
One other thought, what about red flag warning days?
Yeah, so then on red flag warning days, believe it or not, the ordinance says I, as the chief of police, can put in a burn ban.
Okay.
And red flag, it comes with its own burn ban, but it's usually issued by the sheriffs. And so we follow the sheriffs. There's been a couple occasions where I've said, okay, we're gonna follow Boulder County because we get inconsistent direction. Boulder County will have one and Weld won't. So if one of them does it, I usually do it for both sides so that at least we're consistent throughout town for the officers.
And it's-
And then there's no open burning.
And then that's pretty consistent with high wind days?
Yep. High wind days come like tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's no burn.
Tomorrow.
We are at class 2 burn restrictions tomorrow because of the high wind warning and the severe wildfire risk.
Okay, think you got it?
Yep, thank you guys.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. I'll look to our Mayor Pro Tem to take us into exec session.
All right, thank you. I move to go into executive session to consider personnel matters pursuant to CRS 246402-4F and not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of the matter in open session, any member of this body, or any elected official. The appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or any elected official, or personnel policies that do not require discussion of matters personal to the particular employees, and to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, develop a strategy for negotiations, and/or instruct negotiators pursuant to CRS 246402-4E concerning the town manager's evaluation and contract.
We have a second? Second. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Debbie asked who was the second.
Oh.
That's all.
What's that? Sorry.
Debbie
Yep.
asked who the second was.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's all.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. All opposed say no. All right, assuming you don't. No, we're fine. Okay, but Brina, you're in.